This is the Save the Bitter End benefit live stream. We've assembled a small army of 20 musical acts who are going to play their hearts out for you tonight. So just to give a little bit of an introduction to the night, just a couple days ago, we crossed the 6-month mark of when the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic. I was shocked to see that the Bitter End was in danger of permanently shutting its doors. Anyone who's familiar with New York City probably knows the Bitter End. It's been in continuous operation since 1961, giving birth to many musical legends and basically being the cornerstone of the entire village. I immediately called the owner, Paul Rizzo, and I asked him, Paul, is there anything that we could do to help? And by we, I meant the entire New York musical community. I asked him if it would be okay if we could start an online campaign to raise awareness for the Bitter End and to have a live stream event. And this was 4 weeks ago. It has culminated in tonight. Over the course of tonight, we have 20 acts. It could have just as easily been about 200. There was no shortage of musician in this area that was willing to come and contribute towards keeping the club alive. But we picked a nice cross-sampling of 20 musicians that represent a lot of what the Bitter End has offered the area since 1961. Very established rock bands, touring singer-songwriters, some community organizations, the Leave a Lasting Mark concert series. All of us tonight are going to give you a little bit of a taste of what the Bitter End has been offering for the past 59 years. One thing I'd like to call your attention to, we'll make it a little bit easier for you in a moment, but the whole point of tonight is to bring your attention to the Bitter End's GoFundMe campaign. We're going to put the link up in a moment, but the Bitter End has a goal. They need to raise about $100,000 in order to be able to reopen when the lockdowns end. And they're almost at around $70,000. So part of our purposes is we want to close that gap. Since we've gotten involved about 4 weeks ago, we've raised about $10,000 just from spamming the internet. And we're going to keep doing it because we are not going to let the Bitter End go away. So partnered with me in this effort, we have Offstage Tunes, represented by Louise Lau. So we're going to turn this over to Louise for a couple of moments, and then we're going to kick off the musical part of the night.
Thank you so much, Phil. Hi, I'm Louise. It's such an incredible opportunity to be here in the same virtual room with amazing musicians, with all of you who are watching here. Thank you so much for tuning in. You're all passionate about saving live music and saving one of our most treasured venues here in New York City, the Bitter End. And it's been a journey for all of us, right? And I thank Phil for inviting me to participate in such an important cause in saving the Bitter End. In the past 2 to 3 weeks, I've spoken with Paul Rizzo, the owner. I've spoken with Anne and Karen, staff members at the Bitter End, and also a number of musicians. Many of them will be performing for you tonight. And I hope I do you justice in attempting to tell the story of the Bitter End in the year 2020. So a longer feature video will be coming tomorrow, not to take away from our efforts tonight in helping with the GoFundMe campaign. So that video you can find tomorrow, noon Eastern time on YouTube at Offstage Tunes. But right now it's time for us to join together, help save the Bitter End, contribute as much as you can, and enjoy the musicians who will be performing for you wherever they are, from wherever corner they are in. They're all passionate about the Bitter End. And without further ado, we have prepared a little intro video to introduce you to all the musicians.
One of the reasons I started the GoFundMe page is because it's not really only the startup, it's the continuation.
We're raising funds for the Bitter End's GoFundMe campaign.
Please, it is so important to maintain this cultural landmark.
Donate early and donate often. Donate as much as you can, show the love.
Play a bunch at the bitter end, and we appreciate you tuning into this event.
Thank you for everything you're doing tonight, and thank everybody for watching, and anybody who donated in the past or in the future.
It's my home. I missed it. It's sad.
You know, kind of left her here all by herself, all dusty.
Thank you all from me and my staff.
When it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta do.
All right, thank you. So that gave you a small taste of what you're going to see tonight. Tonight's a cross-section. Most of the performances are going to be live. Some of the performances are going to be historical footage. A few of the performances are going to be special multi-track audio and visual sensations created specially for tonight by bands whose members are geographically dispersed during the lockdown. So kicking off the first act of the night, we have Luba Dvorak. Luba is a true New York musician. I met him about a year ago at another huge fundraiser at Hard Rock Cafe, and I have been a fan of his music, and he's currently performing in support of his latest album called American Sin. We have Luba on the stream, and he's going to introduce some footage of his band.
All right, here we go. Hey, everybody, what's going on? Sluba here, coming to you from Houston, Texas. Sure missed you guys, and I sure missed the better end, man. You know, that place has taught me a lot of things that got me into a lot of trouble. It's, you know, the band is a gang, and the gang needs a clubhouse, and the bitter end is the clubhouse. It's the old shoe, it's the hang, it's your therapist, it's your girlfriend, it's your wife sometimes. We set in a couple of videos of a Tom Petty ramble that we did just after Tom passed, and we're going to play these now for you. We're going to do Scare Easy and Honeybee, and I hope you enjoy it and rest of the night, and peace and love, and please donate, everybody. Thank you.
My love's a river and you better not cross it. Thank you so much. Come on now, give me some sugar, give me some sugar, little honeybee. Don't be afraid, not gonna hurt you, not gonna hurt you, little honeybee. Don't say a word about what we're doing. Don't say nothing, little honeybee. Don't tell your mom, don't tell your sister, don't tell your boyfriend, little honeybee. She likes to call me Kitty, she likes to buzz on my tree. I call her honeybee. I'm a man in a trance, I'm a boy in short pants. When I see my honeybee, I've got something to say. Look you now, peace in the valley, peace in the valley, little honeybee. Don't say a word about what we're doing, don't say nothing, little honeybee. She likes to call me, she likes to buzz round my tree. I call her honeybee. I'm a man in a trance, I'm a boy in short pants. When I see my honeybee, I've got something to say. Twenty times.
All right, that was Luba Dvorak. We're going to move right along with one of my favorite artists in general, someone I've been a fan of for the last 10 years. We're very lucky to feature Rachel Sage. Rachel Sage has been an internationally touring singer-songwriter for a very long time. I think she has something like 15 or 16 albums. Very much an inspiration to me. She founded her own independent record label, Empress Records. We were very happy that she could fit us into our schedule tonight because next week she's actually organizing another benefit, which is a women's cancer awareness live stream benefit with an incredible roster of talent, and that's on September 24th. And then another thing about Rachel is that she actually has a single, Blue Sky Days, which is, as we speak, in the Billboard Top 40. So we have an actual pop star on our hands tonight. Without further ado, I give you Rachel Sage.
I know it'll be okay, 'cause I'm just built that way. I know it'll be okay, 'cause I'm just built that way.
I think it's time for me to play live now, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Well, I'm playing two songs tonight that I handpicked because they really help tell my story as far as my relationship to the bitter end. And this one in particular was one of my friend Kenny Gorka's favorites. It's called Big Star, and I played it for the first time on the bitter end stage with my very first band, the Red Rubber Band. Do you want to be a big star? Well, it's okay to say yes, 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 yes. Do you want to be a rock and roll beauty queen? Oh, get ready for the test, test, test. Because you gotta stay skinny, you gotta grow tall, you gotta make magic out of nothing at all. And ooh yeah, ooh yeah, who you gonna run to when you can't think straight? Everybody's pushing you the same wrong way. Everyone's your lover on your birthday. Do you want to be a big star? Well, it's okay to say yes, 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 yes. Do you want to do the rock and roll beauty scene? You're never gonna get your rest, rest, rest. Because you gotta know the answers, you gotta know them quick. You gotta make it better when they all feel sick. Yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Who you gonna run to when you can't think straight? Everybody's pushing you the same wrong way. Everyone's your lover on your birthday. You can come to me, ain't gonna let them know. Never let them see any weakness show. Do you want to be a big star? Well, it's okay to say yes, 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 yes. Do you want to do the rock and roll beauty scene? Oh, get ready for the test, test, test. Cause you gotta fight your enemies, gotta fight friends, gotta fight depression when the whole shit ends. Yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Who you gonna run to when you can't think straight? Everybody's pushing you the same wrong way. Everyone's your lover on your birthdays. Everyone's your lover on your birthdays. Everyone's your lover on your birthday. So, one more song for y'all, and it is very much a song of these times. I think I picked it because obviously, you know, this enormous effort that is being made to help the bitter end is kind of a microcosm for, I think, what people are doing all over the country and all over the world right now to lift each other up and to effectively help each other keep going in these meshuggy times, as we say in Yiddish. So this is called Blue Sky Days. And just to give you a little bit more of my personal history with the bitter end, I think I first performed there as part of a songwriter circle when I was 24 years old. And all I could think of looking around that room and hearing all these other amazing musicians was that that was exactly where I needed to be, where I wanted to be. As soon as I could move to New York, I was going to hang out there all the time and make friends there and be part of that community. So that is what happened, and that was part of my dream that came true. So so much love in my heart for the bitter end. And I was thinking also that virtually every musician who's ever been in a band with me, I met in that room. So that is kind of extraordinary. And I'm just going to think hopeful, positive, loving thoughts when I play this song. This is called Blue Sky Days. Blue sky days, white oceans open embrace, gold sun rays, red moonlight's God-given grace. But I don't know where I'm going, I can't see straight. The line upon the pavement is a moving snake. Feel hope in the dark, reaching out. Recklessness and anger's rushing out my mouth. Oh, gratitude. How could I forget you? Bare feet in sand dunes, melodies from old-fashioned tunes, minty amber, wisdom that's over my head. But I don't know where I'm going, I can't see straight. A line upon the pavement is a moving snake. Feel hope in the dark, reaching out. Recklessness and anger's rushing out my mouth. Oh, gratitude. How could I forget you? Gratitude. How could I forget you? Blue sky days, white oceans open embrace. But I don't know where I'm going, I can't see straight. The line upon the pavement is a moving snake. Feel hope in the dark, reaching out. Recklessness and anger's rushing out my mouth. I don't know where I'm going, I can't see straight. The line upon the pavement is a moving snake. Feel hope in the dark, reaching out. Recklessness and anger's rushing out my mouth. Gratitude. How could I forget you? Oh, I love you. Love you, bitter end. Thank you so much to Paul Rizzo for everything that you do. Mwah. Lots of love. Don't forget to donate on the GoFundMe. Thank you. Whoop. Uh-oh, my set's falling down.
Rachel, it looks like you have a really big bow in your hair.
I know it does. I'm gonna put it back though, because it's bothering me. There it is.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Pleasure to have you here tonight. We're going to move right along to our next artist. For all of you who are watching alone in the internet, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning in to our Bitter End GoFundMe campaign live stream. We have a donation link, depending if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. Down in the comments and in the event description, there's a link to the GoFundMe page, which is what tonight is all about, raising money for the bitter end. If you were watching live music in person, most likely you'd be paying a $10 cover charge to get in. Most likely over the course of the night, you'd buy a couple drinks. Most likely, if you enjoyed the musician's song, you'd throw them a $10 or $20 tip, depending on how generous you are. So all of this money you'd be spending, we humbly ask you to please throw that towards the Bitter End's GoFundMe page. You should be able to find the link down below. We also have a QR code in the corner of the video pane. So you know how QR codes work. Just take a picture with your camera on your phone. Your phone will take you right to the GoFundMe page. So thank you. Moving along to our next artist, we have a good friend of mine, Rory DeLasno. One thing about musicians, we like to expand into other territories. The best way to expand into other territories is you find a great musician who lives there and you partner up with them. So Rory is my New Jersey brother. We met about a year ago. I hook him up with New York gigs and he hooks me up with New Jersey gigs. And when he was ready to start playing New York City, as soon as we felt that he could fill a room for about 60, 70 people, we set him up for his big debut at the Bitter End, which we had about a year ago. So we thought it would be very fitting to invite him back to be part of tonight's live stream. So here we go. We're going to watch Rory's intro video and then turn it over to him for another live performance.
Guys, I want to thank Phil and Roomful of Sky for having me. The Bitter End, as everyone has said up to this point, is an icon in New York City, and I'm really honored to be a part of this. My name is Rory DeLasno. I'm going to play a couple songs for you. Awesome job by Luba and Rachel Sage before. Fun fact: Rachel Sage is actually somebody that Phil Robinson turned me on to. And he was like, "You got to check her out." And as advertised, phenomenal. But anyway, please do check out that link in the comments below, and please do donate because we really want to keep the Bitter End around. The first song I'm going to play tonight is called "Happy," and this is going to be my next single. This is actually a song I'm going to be recording and releasing. Well, I have recorded it, but we'll be releasing with Phil Robinson of Roomful of Sky, and we'll have a video for it and everything. So I hope you like it.
Someone else should.
on each other so tight. Rolling in. Seems like nothing else is back then. Things were so much better back when we had our wits about us. They never thought to doubt us. We'll have to do without our yesterdays. Thank you, guys.
Woo! You're just missing Phil's harmonica. That's it.
You guys will get to hear Phil's harmonica when the song's released over the next couple weeks. I'll leave it at that. COVID has put a lot of things up in the air, but we should get it out.
That was great, Rory.
Thank you, Phil. And guys, I also I'm going to play one more song before I wrap up, but I also want to say again how much fun it is to be among friends. Some folks I've not had the pleasure of meeting, but a lot of the people in this Zoom chat are very good friends of mine and great musicians at that. Just one little quick piece about the Bitter End. As Phil mentioned, I did play there for my birthday show last year, and it was one of the most memorable shows I've had. I won't say good, I will say memorable. No, I'm just kidding. we had a few drinks after, that's all. But all the other times that I've actually played at the Bitter End, they've been thanks to someone else on this feed, Sam from Leave a Lasting Mark, who puts together these great charity gigs that get together a lot of really good musicians from New York City. They're always a blast. So thank you to Sam for having me so many times. You're the man. So the last song I'd like to play for you guys is a song I wrote called Power of My Love. This is actually going to be my next song after Happy comes out, the song I just played. And this song is actually has a bit of a New York theme to it too, unfortunately, in that it's written for a friend of mine whose cousin had passed away in a terrorist attack in New York City a few years ago. And this song was written in his honor. This song is called Power of My Love. His name is Darren Drake. Hanging on by the skin of my teeth, weary-eyed and weak on my feet. You can't try to tear my ground away. Bigger now than we ever were before. Broken hearts giving way to open doors. Building bridges to carry on your name. But you have gone away from here, but you are still my own. Nobody can take that from me. My heart is still I have come this far. When the times get tough, keep you in my heart. Wanna feel like giving up. Doubt tries to tell me enough is enough. You've never witnessed the power of my love. Never hear me say that things are fair, taken when I was scared and unprepared. How can I ever reconcile the truths? The heavy weight that I never thought I'd know. Never thought this is how our lives would go. Losing someone beside me since my youth. But I won't be met standing to help forcing by my tears. I will keep your memory close so you can never disappear. Oh, I have come this far. When the times get tough, keep you in my heart. Wanna feel like giving up. Doubt tries to tell me enough is enough. You've never witnessed the power of my love. I have come this far. When the times get tough, keep you in my heart when I feel like giving up. Doubt tries to tell me enough is enough. You've never witnessed the power of my love. Thank you guys so much for having me.
All right, Rory. Fantastic job.
Excellent. Excellent.
I think we were seeing some issues with Rory's connection, but that's because he's all the way out there in the barren wasteland of New Jersey trying to join our stream. So for everyone at home, thank you for bearing with our technical difficulties. That was excellent, Rory. Thank you. All right, we're going to have a little bit of a break from the live performance now. We have a short video to present to you, about 90 seconds. This is one of those prepared by Louise of Offstage Tunes. We've made a little bit of a highlights reel of some bitter end memories. So James, please take it away. We're raising funds for the Bitter Ends GoFundMe campaign.
Were you surprised when Roomful of Sky and the host Phil Robinson reached out and said that he wanted to organize a live stream to help with the GoFundMe campaign?
We're nothing without musicians. The people on stage are really the center of what's going on. And for them to reach out and help is a great thing.
So when it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta do. Oh no, not I will survive. Just as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I got all my life to live. I got all this love to give. I will survive. I will survive.
We have the New York Songwriters Circle. The New York Songwriters Circle, run by Tina Schaefer, has been in continuous operation, meeting every week at the bitter end for the last 29 years, since 1991. One thing about the New York Songwriters Circle, I think at one point Billboard magazine actually said that the surest way to get on the charts and get noticed in the music industry was to go to the bitter end's New York Songwriters Circle. So for tonight, we invited Tina herself, and she had submitted a video to us in advance. We'll play that for you now.
Tina Schaefer, and I am a songwriter and also the director of the New York Songwriters Circle, which is the longest running showcase in the country, which has been held at the bitter end since 1991. I love the bitter end. It has such history and such this just essence about it that just invites music and truth and great stories and great songwriters. I'm going to do a song tonight which just represents my feelings about running the Songwriter Circle and having it at the bitter end all these years. I've seen so many songwriters start out at the bitter end, from Nora Jones, Lana Del Rey, Gavin DeGraw, John Oates, Rodney Crowell, so many people, so many amazing songwriters. And through all the changes in the business over these 30 years, the one thing that never changes is the gift we have when hearing live music. So right now we're all getting through this with our little Zoom cameras, but hopefully within the next 6 months to a year, we will be back to the way it should be. Anyway, the song is called Flash. It was written about a flash in the camera on how fast time goes, and so many people's faces and songwriters' faces and the Bitter End family have been recorded and flashed on so much of our website through these last 30 years. So here's the Songwriter Circle, Tina Schaefer singing you Flash. And here's to the Bitter End. May more music continue to play and bring pleasure and joy to people. Flash goes the camera, saving up the moments in time. Back, who was that? An innocent girl with an innocent smile. Memories frozen of eyes closed and open. A picture holds them, but so much living's going on. 16 candles on a birthday cake. Sister getting married and carried away. Really dressed in patent leather shoes on graduation day. There's that time I broke my arm, and there's the guy that broke my heart. My old dog gotta cry the day he died. It ain't still life. It ain't still life. Flash, how these roll by. You turn another page and rewind. You were always there. Can't you see the longing in my eyes? Memories frozen, eyes closed and open. Picture holds them, so much living's going on. Plastic statue on a wedding cake. You and me, baby, just swept away. Lacy dress, 2 diamond rings, a lot of love that day. And 2 kids later and a bigger car. Look at us back then, look at where we are. My, how time flies. It ain't still life. Oh, baby, it ain't still life. Time may move us, but a picture stays still. I loved you then, and I always will. It ain't still life. No, baby, it ain't still life. No, darling, let me tell you that it keeps on moving, never slows down. Tick-tock clock going round and round. Oh, baby, it ain't still. Keeps on moving, never slows down. Tick-tock clock going round and round. Oh, darling, it ain't still life. Oh, baby, it ain't still life. Flash, 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 flash. Oh, darling, it ain't still life. Here's to you, the Bitter End. I love you all. Bye.
We're going to move on to our next live act that's all ready to go. About a year and a half ago, I had the pleasure to open for this nationally touring act. They were just signed to a big fancy record deal about a year ago. I'm talking about Birds in the Boneyard, and that's all I'm going to say about them. They could represent themselves. So let's turn it over to you guys, Mikey and Petey. Birds
Hey,
in the
what's going
boneyard.
on, Phil? Thank you so much for having us and the kind words.
Yeah, man. Thank you very, very much.
I hope we get to play with you soon in person. So
Yeah.
This one is called To Be With You. My dream last night, and our love was so, so tight. Now I wanna know. When I think about you now, all my dreams you feel somehow. Now I wanna kiss you. Now I wanna kiss you. And I realize I've done such much to be with you, oh yeah. And I realize I've done such much to be with you, oh yeah. What am I supposed to do? Girl, I'm so in love with you, oh I wanna know. When I think about you now, all my dreams are filled somehow. Now I wanna kiss you. Now I wanna kiss you. And I realize I've been such much to be with you, oh yeah. And I realize I've been such much to be with you, oh yeah. When I'm with you, that was something that I thought had been lost. All my hopes and seeds, even giant dreams. From my dream last night, and our love was oh so tight. Now I wanna know you. And I realize I've been such a push to be with you, oh yeah. And I realize I've been such a push to be with you, oh yeah. And I realize I've been such so much to be with you. Thank you guys.
That was great.
Thank you guys. So I guess we do one more, yes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Great. I'll just say, I guess, you know, the bitter end has always been such a staple of New York City. And like, I remember when we were first trying to get our feet wet in the venue scene, like getting into the bitter end was like such a big deal to us. And it wasn't obviously until like way later, you know, in our careers that we actually got in and you know, we're able to pack it out and do what we always dreamed of when we were younger. But I really don't want to see this place go down. And I'm really, really honored to be a part of this.
big honor.
So this next song is called Stay. I miss you madly. This all feels like a bad dream. Floating on slowly, the river headed downstream. Cannot forget myself. My mind is saying something else. And all this time I started taking you for granted. Like a letter, the memories we planted. And I cannot forget myself. My mind is saying something else. Stay, just one more night so I know. Stay, just one more night so I know. And every night I'm trying to fall asleep, the tears roll down. I'm reliving everything Insecurity is so deeply wound. I not only love, I'm saying something else. Oh, my life could be the reason it's a bad time. This shit is over, making me feel like just a committed a bad time. I cannot forgive myself. My mind is weak and strong. Stay. Just one more night so I know. Stay. Just one more night so I know. Just one more night so I know. I know. Stay. Just one more night so 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 I know. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you guys so much again for having us.
All right, that's Birds in the Boneyard. You guys killed it tonight. You guys killed it at the bitter end, and we'll do this again in person at the bitter end next time. For those of you,
we're looking forward to the rest of the performances. So,
thank you so much. For those of you following along at home, that was Birds in the Boneyard. This is the Save the Bitter End benefit live stream. We are directing all of your attention to the Bitter End's GoFundMe page. So depending where you are on YouTube or Facebook or Instagram, wherever we could have a link, that would be in Facebook, the first comment, we have a donate. Please go to the GoFundMe page, throw them $10, $20, $50. If you were out for a night of live music, you'd be paying a cover, buying some drinks, throwing some tips. Throw all that generosity towards the bitter end. We're going to move along to our next artist, a good friend of mine, Victor V. Gerbo. We've prepared a small featurette video. Let's cue up the Victor video.
Thank you so much for coming out to listen to us.
The bitter end is living history. There's an Emmylou Harris quote that goes, "You had to be a big name just to get third billing at the bitter end." The bitter end is synonymous with the birth of so many legendary acts, and to be able to play the same stage as these titans in their formative years really means a great deal to performers. And to hear stories like Neil Young and James Taylor bombing their first shows there makes the whole gauntlet seem a little less terrifying. Makes the big feel small and the small feel big, if that makes any sense. The bitter end allows you to feel like you're a part of the wheel, that you're connected to these artists, this city, and music history as a whole, regardless of the mark any of us will make on it when all is said and done. The bitter end is living history, and it would be nothing short of sacrilege to close it.
I'll play you something very dear to my heart, and we'll sit here till the world falls apart. I'm the superior, jumped the gun, but all in all it was a little fun. Lift the button, clean off the open. Let me in it. If there was invited sin, I tell you, to warn you not to gloat.
Here we give you Victor V. Gerbo, the actual human being, which is debatable. I don't know.
It's a reasonable facsimile to whatever was just playing in the video. What's fascinating is that I was just thinking about this. For live shows that we did before the pandemic, there was no shortage of these technical difficulties. This is not something that's foreign to musicians. It's just it's the same game, just on another level. And it's somehow comforting in a way. It's either your guitar's cutting out of the amp, or the Zoom's crapping out on you. But I will say one of the things that I remember from the first time that I was on the stage at the bitter end, which is that I could hear myself. Does anyone else remember that from the group? Unmute and comment if that's the case.
Yeah, great monitoring.
Oh, no, it was a relief. And that's one of the many, many reasons why we need to keep the bitter end alive. I received a Facebook notification like 2 or 3 days ago, and it said 8 years ago, this was you, and it was a little picture of the first show that my band ever did at the bitter end. And if you had told me then that 8 years later I'd be part of a ragtag band of misfits trying to keep the bitter end open from a plague, I would not have believed you. But the opportunity that the bitter end affords us, and personally speaking, all of the good things that have happened thus far came after the bitter end. So I owe a great deal to the bitter end and Paul Rizzo, and just thank you for including me. I'm gonna do 2 songs. The song's called Roven Blade. Can you guys hear me all right? You good? Good? Okay, all right. You know, pretty mama, they call me the roving blade. Writing silly carols, sitting down in the shade. Keeping up with spirits, keeping time with some other drum. They'll talk about me when I come. If you want, pretty mama, I'll stay with you a little while, and I can get lost behind your smile. But eventually there's gonna come a time I gotta hit that old asphalt. And if you say you love me, that's your own damn fault. If I'm coming and you see me standing there, wave at your pretty mama in the air. Oh, I'm a roving blade. That's just how I was made. It's so hard to love the roving blade. Said a roving blade is bound to break your little heart. Get too deep inside you and he'll pick you clean apart. But it's not that the roving blade is trying to make you blue. It's just that's all the roving blade knows how to do. Dream twisters and misters weaving pretty little things in there to see the whites of their eyes. So if I'm coming and you see me standing there, waving out you for the mama in the air, oh, I'm a roving blade. That's just how I was made. It's so hard to love a roving blade. Woohoo! Was the sound all right? Did that work? We're good?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to do one more and then pass it on to whoever is next. This song, am I still in tune? This song's called... No, this song's called Mondrian. I dreamt you were a tightrope walker, some city skyline stalker, then you fell into the sea. You crashed into me, and then I dreamt that I was a vagabond, and when even my echo would not respond, it was you that set me free. You gave $1 to me. She dreams and dreams like Mondrian. It's like she knows the hill I'll die upon. She's lost inside of Mondrian, where she's walking till she's gone. Dreamt we were attached at the hip. We were Siamese twins for a little bit, but then someone ripped us in two, and then I lived without you. And then I dreamt that we were in Alcatraz, and you broke out with such pizzazz through the bars. You melted through, yelled, I'll come back for you. She dreams in dreams like Mondrian. It's like she knows the hill I'll die upon. She's lost inside of Mondrian, where she's walking till she's gone. I dreamt everything was in its proper place, like little boxes out in space. But time is a relentless wheel, and it makes you kneel. And sometimes I pretend that we're still in love, and that there is a God above. Oh, but you showed me what's real, and a deal is a deal. She dreams and dreams like Mondrian. It's like she knows the hill I'll die upon. She's lost inside of Mondrian, Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me be a part of this. It's been a real honor.
Thank you, Victor V. Gerbo, my brother in music. We're here raising funds for The Bitter End, our beloved home venue. It's been keeping Greenwich Village hopping for the past 60 years. Probably would not be an overstatement to say that The Bitter End is the soul of New York City. If you haven't yet, please donate to the GoFundMe page. Second attempt to get JT Curtis's video working now because we really want to present it to you.
Hey everyone, I'm JT Curtis and I've been going to The Bitter End since before I was even born. Back when my mother, Becky Curtis, performed at the venue while she was working with Atlantic Records. When I moved to New York City in 2010, playing The Bitter End was like my education. Some of my band's most memorable shows there were the video release party for Home Last Stand, and when we first performed an early version of Never Let the Bastards Grind You Down. We're gonna do a remote performance of both of these tunes and ask everybody watching at home to please donate what you can to save this historic venue. We've been going through unprecedented times lately, but New York City will bounce back like it always does. Live music will return, and when it does, we'll see you all at The Bitter End.
Let me come back home today. All my youth has passed away. See me standing in the doorway, home at last. If I come back home today, will the world still be the same? Will you greet me in the doorway, home at last? Take me back from the beginning, when the world just went insane. Gunning deserts down at point blank range. Back at school the kids are screaming, hundreds gathered in the stands, shouting no, 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 as loud as they can. What lies beneath the streets, they haunt me one by one. Gone are the days of the seventh son. Weeks are turning into months, and months are turning into years, and all I can hear are those incessant chants.
worst thing we could do would be forget about it. Never forget.
Let me come back home today. All my youth has passed away. See me standing in the doorway. Home at last. Home at last. Home at
tired of this indignation, feeding on your fear and desperation. Is everything we hear just speculation, fueled by unrealistic expectations? And nothing can help you to praise for this despicable fall from grace. It's the American flag in your
audience out on YouTube and Facebook. I hope you're enjoying our night. That was JT Curtis. JT, that fantastic work. JT Curtis and Mongoose, as he said in his video, he's been playing the bitter end since before he was even born.
Every little mystery she brings, every little miracle that sings, every turn of Mercury, every little twist around the sun. I've been waiting for my life. You've been carrying the light, but I know it's right and ready for the dawn. For all that we've been through, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. For all that we've become, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. Oh, 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 oh. In the time it takes to grow, every little mystery she knows. In the time it takes to grow, every little miracle she goes. In the time it took to tell, every little shade of summer runs its course and made metaphors and made a twist along. For all that we've been through, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. For all that we've become, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. Oh, 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 oh. For all that we've been through, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. For all that we've become, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. For all that we've become, my darling, one bright light on the horizon. Oh, 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 oh. Every little twist and turn survives, every little wander through the rain, every little miracle she brings, for every little mystery. Oh, 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 oh.
Hi everyone, I'm Stephen Lyons of Bonfire Falls, and on behalf of my bandmates Ryan McCurdy, Erica Walsh, Justin Aronson, Chris Kelly, and myself, we want to thank the Bitter End for the shining star that it is, for giving us the opportunity to play and grow and develop in your club some 6 years ago. We remember in a special way Kenny Gorka, who first booked us and believed in us and nurtured us, as well as Paul Rizzo. We thank you. This club is kind of hard to summarize in a few minutes, but Paul Colby's vision, Fred Weintraub, this legacy of creating a place where musicians can first perform, develop, and grow. That's what industry is about. That's what community is about. It's not about a city that is sadly becoming filled with condominiums and these boutique shops that are like mausoleums. This club is alive. It's alive from 60 years of incredible music and legends who played on this stage. And it should be designated a historic place that no one can touch. So we thank you, Bitter End, for all that you are, that you continue to do. Don't forget to click the donate button on the GoFundMe page. Thank you, Roomful of Sky Music, and let's do the good work. Lost in the dust of a satellite town, somewhere in the desert I was lost and found. Looking through the channels of my runaway dreams, a memory, a miracle, never seems what it seems. Up close and it's touch and go, a little too wild, but then if I see her again, summer skies and admirable eyes, I'm waiting on Victoria. Victoria, one kiss, one smile, give me one more night. Victoria, 'cause I know the way I wanna feel tonight. Victoria, in the silence, the static and the stars fell down, and the open road sang like a rebel song. I was out there on my knees before she came around. Up close, we're a little bit wasted, and all your dreams getting complicated. Have the shadow of the man I used to be, until Victoria set us free. Yeah, Victoria, one kiss, one smile, give me one more night. Victoria, 'cause I know the way I wanna feel tonight. Victoria. One kiss, one smile, give me one more night. Victoria, 'cause I know the way I wanna feel tonight. Victoria, up close, we're a little bit wasted, and all your dreams getting complicated. Have the shadow of the man I used to be, till Victoria set us free. Yeah, Victoria, one kiss, one smile, give me one more night. Victoria, 'cause I know the way I wanna feel tonight. Victoria. Everyone needs a miracle sometimes. Victoria, everyone needs a miracle sometimes. Victoria, everyone needs a miracle sometimes. Victoria. Legendary record producer Bruce Dickinson. Listen, we've got a serious situation on our hands. You know, even before all this madness started, we were losing so many iconic New York clubs. Rents have been going out of control. And we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we really want? You know, some days I'm walking down the street and I see all these fancy boutiques going up. Chocolate bonbon shops. You go inside, they want $50 for a chocolate bonbon. I don't have time for a chocolate bonbon. I want the rock. I know you want the rock. We need the rock. That's why we need to save the legendary Bitter End. This club is legendary. It's part of the fabric of New York City. It's what makes the village the village. It's the sauce, the fever in the sauce, the hot stuff. So many legends have graced this stage. Bob Dylan, Stevie Wonder, Curtis Mayfield, Sarah McLachlan, Lady Gaga. Oh, I'm Goo for Gaga. Fire, lady, nice, woo, spicy. We gotta save this club, my friends. So do what you can. Please donate and watch this amazing lineup. Thank you, Phil Robinson, for such a sensational roster of New York City musicians. Don't forget, chip in what you can. Don't pay for any of those chocolate bonbons. I don't have time for that. You don't have time for that. When this city starts to heal, we're gonna need this club more than ever. And we owe it to the legends who helped establish this club. Paul Colby, Kenny Gorka, Fred Weintraub. These guys who nurtured, promoted, developed the best. Ha! Let's go, baby.
Hello, welcome. This is the Save the Bitter End benefit live stream. You just saw our surprise celebrity guest, legendary music producer, Bruce Dickinson, chiming in. We don't want to make Bruce Dickinson unhappy. You know, he's had enough hardship in his long and storied music career. We can't lose the bitter end on him as well. So if you're just tuning in, we are 20 musicians who've united together in support of the bitter end. We're collecting donations for the Bitter End's GoFundMe campaign. So if you see down below in the links or in the corner on your screen, there's a QR code. Please go to the Bitter End's GoFundMe page and donate money. We got to keep our favorite music venue in business for when the lockdown ends. Coming up next, we have another group that's been meeting regularly at the Bitter End for many years, representing the New York Songwriters Collective. We have the director of the collective, Peter Bliss.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Peter.
How you doing?
Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
My pleasure, Phil. So good to see everyone here and see that we're all making music in our respective living rooms, bedrooms, studios. So the music lives on. Unfortunately, we all can't come together. So I'm here representing not only the New York Songwriters Collective, that has been such a good friend to everyone here at the collective for so many years. I can take the headphones off now. But also on my own behalf. The very first time I played at the Bitter End was in 1972. I literally had graduated high school at the tender age of 17 in July of 72. I was put on the Bitter End stage to perform 3 songs by my new publisher and record company. I was fortunate to think that I was just going to walk out of high school and begin a easy songwriting and recording career. Well, that was 48 years ago, and I'm still doing this. And I have to say that in all of the places I've traveled and everything that I've done, the Bitter End has always been a home to me and a special place. And though some of the faces have come and gone through the years, I certainly have had a wonderful time and embraced everyone at the club. I remember my parents sitting in that booth right by the sound booth. And in 1972, 20 years later, in 1992, my 4-year-old daughter was sitting in that same booth to watch your dad perform a few songs in a Songwriters Circle showcase. And now, the Songwriters Collective is doing a residency and has been doing a residency there every month. Thank took me in when I was working for the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 2006, and ever since then, all of my songwriting work and all of my showcases and workshops have been run at the Bitter End, and we miss the place desperately, and we're looking forward to being back there soon, very soon. During that residency, we would do showcases for benefits for Why Hunger, Sweet Relief Musicians Fund, Northrop Robbins Music Therapy Foundation, and Occupy Wall Street. This time, the benefit is for the Bitter End, and for Save Our Stages, and for the legislation that's trying to make its way through the Congress. Live music will come back in some form, but we need to have the Bitter End, and we need to have all of these places that are homes for musicians and songwriters to come and gather, and for people to come together and share their music. So I'm just going to play a little bit of a song for you that I wrote this afternoon for this occasion. And before I sing it, I just want to remind you to go to the GoFundMe page, and I want to send my love to all of you at the Bitter End. Paul, Dan Casio, we're still probably waiting for him to get to the ticket booth on time. Tony Gizu at the door, Ann Tuddy, Karen Patterson, Evan, for all that he's done to keep it all together. All of the sound men, Adrian and Justin, who I feel for because at one point somebody didn't show up and I wound up doing sound up in the booth. And wouldn't let me have a drink because I couldn't get up and down from the booth. But anyway, I'd like to leave you with a little song. I didn't come up with a title for it, but it's just a little bit of a ditty for you. It's been a while since I've seen you, my friends. I've been missing your company, to gather round and share a drink or two. Oh, you become a part of my family. Oh, the streets are so damn quiet. Oh, what happened to this town? How much longer do we have to wait to hit the spotlights, to turn up the sound? I wanna go where the music's playing, where we can hang out all night long, get on stage and do some jam and escape the world in a song, until we all can meet again. Long live the Bitter End. I wanna go where the music's playing, where we can hang out all night long, get on stage and do some jam and escape this world in a song, until we all can meet again. Long live the Bitter End. Thanks everybody for listening. Please donate.
Loved it.
All right, that was Peter Bliss representing the New York Songwriters Collective. Thank you so much, Peter. And how did you get such a cool name?
Actually, it was Blisyansky, and somebody at Ellis Island knew that I was going to be a performer someday. So Bliss.
Ah, lucky break. My favorite author, Joseph Campbell, has his phrase, follow your bliss. And then I named my band the Bliss Jockeys. And then there are a million Phil Robinsons in the world, so I was contemplating changing my name to be Phil Robinson Bliss. And then,
Great.
Yes. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much, everyone. Good help to all of you.
We have in our Zoom chat Mark Greenberg, who is here, representing Bump City. So, Mark, would you like to say a couple words to set up this next clip you've provided for us?
Oh my God, this is one of the most fun things I've ever had the privilege of doing and playing with such fantastic musicians. Bump City is a band that plays the Tower Power songbook, and Paul has been wonderful. The Bitter End has been wonderful to give us a platform to do this. We show up and we go for it. We don't rehearse and we keep our fingers crossed, but we have a lot of fun. We thank the Bitter End for being so supportive of everybody, including Bump City. We love you. We miss everybody terribly. It's great to see everybody on Zoom. But here's just a couple songs we played at our last show. See y'all soon.
One, two.
so of course we're at the bitter end, the legendary venue for live rock music in New York City, and that's been the case since the 60s in continuous operation. So if you're a musician living in the city, this stage is hallowed ground. It's pretty much one of our temples. For the past 59 years, lots of up-and-coming artists got their start at this club. Artists who played here when they were up-and-coming: Bob Dylan, James Taylor, Lady Gaga, John Prine, the list goes on, who went on to become legends. If you're a musician who lives in New York City, the first stop on your path to becoming established is doing your first gig at the bitter end. If you're a national touring musician, your first stop when you have your New York tour stop is to play the bitter end. Like so many other music venues right now during the coronavirus lockdowns, the bitter end has been shuttered since the middle of March. The musical community of New York City rallied together to raise awareness. We're raising funds for the Bitter End's GoFundMe campaign to keep the bitter end around for another 60 years. Transcendental cowboy with the existential blues. There's solipsistic and transcendental news. There's more than just a recipe. Welcome. You are here watching the Save the Bitter End benefit live stream. Tonight we have 20 musical acts gathered for your listening pleasure to support our beloved home venue, the Bitter End. My name is Phil Robinson, and it's my turn. For my song, I'm going to sing the greatest song in the history of the universe, because I believe this is the truth as far as the bitter end is concerned. First I was afraid, I was petrified, never knew that I could learn to live without you by my side. And I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong, and I grew strong. I learned how to get along, and now you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you there with that sad look upon your face. Should've changed that stupid lock, should've made you leave the key. If I had known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door, just turn around now. 'Cause you're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Did I crumble? Did I lay down and die? Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live, I've got all my love to give, and I will survive. I will survive. It took all the strength I had not to fall apart. Kept trying hard to mend the pieces of my broken heart. And I spent so many nights feeling sorry for myself. I used to cry. Now I hold my head up high and you see me, somebody new. I'm not that chained up little person, still in love with you. So you felt like dropping in, just expect me to be free. Now I'm saving all my loving for someone who's loving me. Go on now, go. Walk out the door, just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Did I crumble? Did I lay down and die? Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live, I've got all my love to give, and I will survive. I will survive. Hey. All right, all you people out there in internet land, I'm going to ask two things of you. Number one, go to the Bitter End's GoFundMe page and give them all your money. Number two, join me on this last chorus. Go on now, go. Walk out the door. Just turn around now. You're not welcome anymore. Weren't you the one who tried to hurt me with goodbye? Did I crumble? Did I lay down and die? Oh no, not I will survive. Oh, as long as I know how to love, I know I'll stay alive. I've got all my life to live, I've got all my love to give, and I will survive. I will survive. Hey. All right. Thank you all. Good singing on that one. Get a sip of water here. What could I say about the Bitter End? I've been playing there since 2009. My first show at the Bitter End was I was a guest during my good friend Jason Vitelli's CD release party. It was the first big event that Roomful of Sky Records tried to put together. We managed to bring 70 people in the audience that night. Jason and I came home afterward, and we felt like we made it. That was definitely our goal. Since then, I've debuted my band, the Bliss Jockeys, there. I've debuted Phil Robinson's solo performer there. All my big moments have been at the Bitter End. We can't let it go extinct. Not on our watch. So if you're at home, throw some money towards them in the GoFundMe. For this next song, I need some audience participation, but I don't need you to sing along. I need you to shout. So could I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that was actually exceedingly lame. You got better in you. Could I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah.
Much better. That's your part of the song. You do that when I do this. Say hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. Good
I
enough.
like when they're not
This
messy.
is Transcendental Cowboy. Alright, I'm a transcendental cowboy with the existential blues. Here's a solipsistic meta-transcendental news. There's more than just a recipe, girl, feel good about what you choose. So when it comes down to do what you gotta do, you can read a book of Sartre, read a book by Camus. There's 1,000 different faces out there and 1,000 points of view. Seeing is believing. Here it comes. Throw your hands up in the air and say, hell yeah. I'm a transcendental cowboy in the existential blues. There's a solipsistic meta-transcendental news. It's more than just a recipe, girl. Feel good about what you choose. So when it comes down to do what you gotta do, you can light yourself some candles, light up someone's eyes, go back to the 60s right now, or just like a size. Cause feeling is believing. Throw your hands up in the air and say, hell yeah. I'm a transcendental, existential, sentimental, solipsistic, lower upper middle class, white bread, suburbanistic, went away to school and how my world irritated. So I would even say, slightly overeducated, try and find a way to set myself free. In my heart of heart, just a Bruce Springsteen wannabe, working all day and singing all night, doing alright. Woo! country blues. Here's a solipsistic red presidential news. There's more than just one recipe, girl, feel good about what you choose. So when it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta do. Go to the Bitter End's GoFundMe page, give them all your money so they can stick around for another 60 years. Thank you, thank you.
Great job, Phil.
Thank you all for listening. So, Bitter End, give them all your money. I will not live in a world that has no bitter end. Next up on the list is Emily Zuzik. I know that she's around. Emily,
hi,
the queen of rock. When I first moved to New York about 15 years ago, she was actually playing. There was another club we all loved back then, the C Note. They had their closing down big final night at the C Note, and I went there, and Emily blew us all away. I bought her CD. I believe that was her first album at the time. Billion years ago. And all these years, I've actually, just as a fan, a music fan, I've been listening to Emily's song, That's the Way It's Gotta Be. And it's a little bit of a dream 15 years later to feature Emily calling in from the West Coast. How are things out there on the West Coast?
it's another fabulous looking but terribly polluted, murky sunset due to all the wildfires out here. But you know what? We're hanging tight. We're bringing our COVID numbers down, and we're staying the course, trying to be, show up and be good to one another, and that's all I can say.
Well, you're certainly...
I'm reporting from my office, so.
Well, you're certainly being good to the bitter end by making time in your busy schedule to call in from California tonight. I'm going to shut up. It's all over to you now, Emily.
All right. Well, thank you, Phil, for both your exciting performances and everyone's performances tonight. What can I say? I just talked a little bit about this today. There was a great article in American Songwriter magazine about this fundraiser and about the bitter end in general. And, it made me think how much it's a special room. It is, I had some great shows there. I saw some great shows there. I always, was greeted by Dan and by Phil and by Paul. Sorry, I'm mixing up all my stuff. But it's a special room. I played the song circle there. There's a little magic there. There's so much history, and you're like down in the crux of Bleecker Street, and you come in with all that, people roaming around and the energy of the Greenwich Village, and you'd come in and there was always some great surprise on that stage. And I feel lucky to have been part of it during my second tenure in living in New York City. And I'm going to play some stuff for you tonight and hope you guys all enjoy it. And if you can, I know these are trying times financially for a lot of people, but if you can, please donate. I'm actually going to not play the song that Phil queued up from God, it's been over 10 years now, that record, but I just had a record come out, and it's called Torch and Trouble, and this is the first song off of it. It's called Stay Wild. You've been stringing me along, and I've been playing my role. Give enough to keep appearances up and run away when I fall. Every Everyone wears a mask sometimes, and mine's beginning to fall. And hey now, where have you been? I've been trying to keep this thing going. Say, child, stay wild, all that you are. I'll be saying goodbye this time. I'll be saying stay wild. I saw the warning signs, all that drama I found. Maybe I'm just too much to handle for you, you said, and then I stuck around. God, I wish I had told you you're right, instead of giving in to pride. And hey now, where have you been? I've been trying to keep this thing going. Say, child, stay wild, all that you are. I'll be saying goodbye this time. I'll be saying stay wild, stay wild. You brought up tears in the end and gave me flowers to burn. I tried so hard to hear that you would be back, but I still had so much to learn. You had a box of faces ready at hand. I had a chance to see them all. Hey now, where have you been? I've been trying to keep this thing going. Oh, and say, child, stay wild, all that you are. I'll be saying goodbye. Stay wild. Stay wild. Stay wild. Yeah, stay wild. So on that note, I'm going to play a song that I may have even have played on the stage of The Bitter End, because it's a song I've been playing in live sets for a very, very long time, and it's called Magic. First time I met you, I felt that I'd known you for a lifetime. And over the years what I've been learning only seems to be confirming that my gut was right. I know you're alone, but I feel in my soul I could be good for you. But each time I see you,
it's magic. Each time I see you, each time I see you, it's magic. Oh, and the years they do go flying as we're out here busy trying to make our lives work out. And I never took the time to say what's truly on my mind. I'm just too scared of that. It's hard to be that honest, even when I think we're on the same page here, babe. Yeah, but each time I see you, each time I see you, it's magic. Each time I see you, each time I see you, it's magic. I've got your back, don't you worry. But I have to laugh how the stars crossed our paths up this time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Da 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 da. Oh. And maybe it shouldn't happen. Leave my heart here to imagine that should be good enough. 'Cause we got someone between us, and we both know what that means. All those consequences. You're a man of your honor, not likely be the goner in this love affair. Yeah, but each time I see you, each time I see you, it's magic. Each time I see you, each time I see you, it's magic. Oh,
Your song was fantastic.
Emily, thank you for bringing the glamour to the night. I'm loving your sleeves. Loving the vibe. We have to stick together.
That's right. Well,
vibes at the bitter end, right?
that's right. Glitter, feathers. I have feathers too, because I know that's a big one for you, Rachel.
Fabulous.
And Emily, you definitely play that song at the bitter end, because I have a video of you playing it next door at the Red Lion from 10 years ago on my YouTube.
I know.
I've
seen
heard
that.
you play that. I don't know if I recorded it at the bitter end, but I definitely saw you play it at the bitter end about a decade ago.
Well, then it's perfect. We came full circle.
It's a memorable song. Thank you so much for calling in from the West Coast.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I hope we can bring in like tons and tons of cash. Drop some, credit.
Well, I've been keeping an eye. We've been watching the money come in all night, and we'll make a nice announcement at the end of the night. So
awesome.
So this is all serving its intended purpose. Thank you, Emily. If you've just joined us from home, this is our Save the Bitter End benefit live stream. We have 20 performers over the course of the night. We're raising money. We're directing all of your attention to the Bitter End's GoFundMe page. We are going to take a moment now to talk about another organization that has a very long and storied association with the bitter end. I'm going to turn it over to Mark Greenberg. Mark, you've seen him play in a few videos throughout the night. He's basically been living in the green room of the bitter end for the last 15 years. I think the stage is basically his own private living room at this point. If you go to the bitter end and you use the house drum set, those are Mark's drums. So that's who I'm talking about here. Let's turn it over to Mark Greenberg.
Oh, thank you, Phil. And so many of us call the bitter end home. I've been blessed to have been allowed to get on that stage with some amazing people and musicians, Paul, Kenny, Dan. Everybody's just been amazing to everybody. They're so giving, but it was only natural that I became affiliated with a charity called A Leg to Stand On. A Leg to Stand On is an organization that donates prosthetic limbs and medical procedures to children in emerging countries. And it is an amazing, amazing organization. And the video you're about to see is the organization which gives of itself and gives to so many other people, wanted to give back to the bitter end for all that you've done for A Leg to Stand On. Paul, we thank you for taking a chance many, many years ago and opening your doors to us, allowing us to use the stage and be part of the fabric of New York, both as an audience, but as a way to give back to others. We thank you. We look forward to seeing everybody at the bitter end really soon. Thank you.
So that was those were clips. Also, A Leg to Stand On that Mark was talking about. They've held their big annual event, Rocktoberfest, at the end of October every year at Hard Rock Cafe. This year it's a virtual Rocktoberfest on October 22nd. And each year for the past few years, they have their pre-Rocktoberfest jam at the bitter end. Right around this time of year. So this year, we're kind of having our virtual warm-up for Rocktoberfest, and hopefully next year we'll all be together, the Also family, the Bitter End family, on the stage of the Bitter End again in person. So thank you, Mark. Mark has been a big part of both families for many years. So lots of giving to go around. We're going to continue on with our next performer. When I asked Paul Rizzo, the Bitter End's owner, who we should include in this stream, the top name he gave me, he said, you got to get Olamide. So I give you Olamide Faison.
Had fun in a bed alone, so you can be all day, all night long, all night long, all night long.
Can y'all hear me? Just give me a thumbs up or a yes through text. All right, we're good. All right, so hi y'all. My name's Olamide. I've been playing at the bitter end for about 10 years now. And it's a funny story. I'm gonna make it quick. But a long time ago, I got invited to open up for somebody at the bitter end. And this is the time when Ken and Kelly were around. And the show was going late. And so I ended up not opening up. And, it was pretty much, that's it. But Kelly was like, yo, this kid came to play. Can let's put him on the stage or whatever. And Ken was like, all right, you got 10 minutes. I was like, cool, that's all I want. So at first we was gonna play with bongos, a really acoustic set, but there was a drummer on stage. We asked to use a drum set or whatever, and they let us, and we played for those 10 minutes. But I say that to say this. Those 10 minutes turned into 30 minutes later down the line, and those 30 minutes turned into an hour. And then I ended up having a residency there since then, you know what I mean? And that moment helped cultivate my sound and my band. Like, it's so weird talking about this on this platform, but it's so important too, because we all gotta know how the incubation starts with music and with artists, and it takes venues like this one to take a chance, whether it's just for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And so that being said, I just want to let everybody know, you know, we got to make this happen, not just for this venue, but for all venues around the world. But this particular moment is for the bitter end. Love. Na 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 na. Oh no 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 no. Look back where it began. Who thought we'd end up here? A so-called one-night stand. Well, think again, baby, think again. You said I wasn't quite your type. It wouldn't last beyond that night. Well, I guess love has a different plan. 'Cause here we are, look at where we stand. Hey there, love, how did we end up at the altar after all the things that we've been through? Hey there, love, look how we turned out. Who said happily ever after would never be found? Hey there, love. Hey there, love. Mistakes are made in life, but somehow things turn out fine. To think we've had our doubts, only to find we can live without each other. Love has special ways to shine its light through darker times. When it's real, everything just flows right. Look at you and I, we gave us a try. Oh, hey there, love, how did we end up at the altar after all the things that we've been through? Hey there, love, look how we turned out. Who said happily ever after would never be found? Hey there, love. Oh no, 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 no. Hey there, love. Oh no, no, no. Hey there, love. Hey there, love. Hey there, love. Hey there, love. Hey, 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 hey there, love. How did we end up at the altar after all the things that we've been through? Hey there, love. Look how we turned out. Who said happy ever after would never be found? is my train ride. When I first started going down there, I always took the A train to West 4th. Then I make that left, I make that right, walk a block or two, make another left, and then just walk straight. You know what I'm saying? And it was literally like clockwork. You know what I mean? I had to feel the vibe of the village. And the live music scene down there is something that you can always hold on to, you know what I mean, when you're walking towards somewhere and then bring that same energy that you felt to the place that you're gonna play. And that's the reason why I did that. Yeah, so I miss doing that. I miss doing that a lot, and I hope and I pray that we all get to do that again. So this is a song I wrote during these times. I never really got a chance to play it on the stage or at the bitter end, which is weird. But I'm glad I get to share it with you now. And I just hope you enjoy it, man. I woke up feeling all this sorrow. I wish I had near to borrow. Yeah, 'cause what I feel inside is killing me. No doctor can prescribe a remedy, so I choose to call you up. It's been a while, hope you answer. I hope to feel a little better from the sound of your hello. And if you can, let's spend some time, have a drink, a glass of wine, and we can talk about the many things that we have on our minds. See, I just need your friend. I don't know where to begin or where the story ends. Oh, I just need your friend. I'm tired of pretending like this load ain't heavy. Oh, I sit at home and watch the TV, and I can see the insincerity. My eyes tear when I hear the words I can't breathe. It's sad because that's my reality. So when a heart needs patching up, is there someone I can't count on? I hope to feel a little better from that simple word hello. And if you can, let's take some time, have a meal, a glass of wine, and we can talk about the many things that we have on our minds. See, I just need your friend. I don't know where to begin or where this story ends. Oh, see, I just need your friend. I'm tired of pretending like this load ain't heavy. Oh, So, thank you. Make sure you donate. Establishment needs to stay open. And I can't wait to see you there. Love.
So great.
All right. Thank you, Olamide. Faison, that was stunning. Wow. I could see why Paul Rizzo recommended you to be part of this. Speaking of Paul, Paul Rizzo, the owner, we've mentioned him many times, he actually was not able to join us in person for this stream. He was traveling for a family emergency. He's in transit between Florida and New York. But he's actually been texting me all night. So he just sent me a message, and Paul Rizzo wanted me to say to all of the musicians that he's been enjoying all the performances. He is thanking you from the bottom of his heart for the bitter end. He really believes that the bitter end is all about the musicians. Without you guys, there's no point to the whole thing. So he says thank you. And Paul Rizzo says to everybody who is at home watching and donating, he thanks you as well. So we're going to move on to our next act now, which is good friends of mine from the faraway, distant, barren wasteland of Staten Island. And they had a big...
We're from a forest, Phil.
from some forest. They had their big bitter end debut earlier this year. So they are... you've heard of Bob Dylan? You've heard of Lady Gaga? Now you're hearing of Youth Moose.
That was a fantastic intro. Thank you, Phil. Moose. Yes, we did play the bitter end last year in March of 2019, and it was certainly a milestone for our musical adventure because, I mean, how many legends have graced that stage? And to be on it singing about Precautionary P and Tiny Cowboys and Socks, it was incredible that we were able to do what we do on that stage. So it's really an honor to be a part of this event too, to save the bitter end. It's kind of bittersweet, but it's wonderful to be here, and I really hope that we could raise a lot of money and keep those doors open so that more legends can grace the stage in the future. So, all right, this is the story of the Tiny Cowboy. This is the story of the tiny cowboy. He's tiny, really tiny, so tiny for a cowboy. He would say, "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Yippee-ki-yay! Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!" He would say, "Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! Yippee-ki-yay! Yippee-ki-yay!" That's the story. And I think we need more bass. All right. What's next?
From our couch to yours, this is Couch Potato.
Couch potato! I have to be so lazy. Sitting on your couch for a whole week. She's not gonna come back to you. She's not gonna make that nice couch potato! It's time to let go of it. Goodbye, young cat. Meow. Meow. It's time to come off of it. You even make your own couch potato!
I want to stand on the couch.
typical youth boost fashion, we're trying to stuff 5 songs in 10 minutes. All right, here we go.
Our songs are like 2 minutes long. This song is called Precautionary P. I can see the red light, and it's burning my brain. Yeah, it's burning my brain. I can see the stop sign, and it's causing me pain. Cause I gotta go now, cause I gotta go. Water, 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 water. Waterfall, 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 waterfall down, waterfall down, waterfall down. I should have taken a precautionary pee in case I explode. Precautionary pee to ease the load. I'm waiting in the crowd line, and I'm doing my dance, yeah, I'm doing my dance. They can see the buttons fly right out of my pants. Cause I gotta go now, cause I gotta go. Water, 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 water. Waterfall, 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 waterfall down, waterfall down, waterfall down. I should have taken a precautionary pee in case I explode. Precautionary pee to ease the load. Precautionary pee in case I. Cautionary pee in case I. Cautionary pee in case I explode. Get out of my way! I gotta go now! Get out of the way! I gotta go now! Well, just piss your pants. Okay.
All right, this is our last song. We want everyone to go donate to the Bitter End GoFundMe page.
Please.
Keep it alive. Keep it going.
We want to get back on that stage.
And this is all for the dirty mouths out there. This one's called Sewer Mouth.
Sewer mouth, sewer mouth, sewer mouth, such a dirty, dirty mouth. Sewer mouth.
God, that was so good.
Thank you, everyone.
Chris, you're a rock god. A rock god.
You stop it. It was an absolute honor to be a part of this benefit show. Thank you so much, everybody.
And
Thank you, Youth Moose.
Be excellent to each other. Be excellent.
All right. So for those of you just tuning in, those were our good friends from Staten Island, Youth Moose. Thank you all. We're running a little bit behind. We're going to move on to a big part of the night, which is the Leave a Lasting Mark concert series. I know that Leave a Lasting Mark has a ton of fans, and there's an army of their fans watching right now, being very patient because we're about 30 to 40 minutes behind, but we are here now. Leave a Lasting Mark concert series. Every month, without fail, for the past few years, they take over the bitter end and put on a 2-hour concert around a theme. Songs of Motown, songs of the Beatles, songs of Neil Young. And each time they do, all of the proceeds go to various charities. They truly leave a lasting mark. And every time they do, they pack the bitter end. And every time they do, they assemble an incredibly talented and warm community of musicians from the New York and New Jersey music scene. So it's always a great time. I would recommend, once the world starts up again, get yourself to the next Leave a Lasting Mark concert at the bitter end. And for tonight, I just didn't feel right about not representing them in some way for this event. I asked the director, Sam Teichman, if maybe they had some historical footage that we could show, and he actually did me one better. He assembled his army of musicians, sound editors, video editors, to craft new multi-tracked video performances, 5 songs for tonight. So this is going to be very much in the style of what a Leave a Lasting Mark concert at the bitter end is like. Before I turn it over to Sam, I just want to say one more time, if you've been enjoying tonight's music, please click through the link and go to the bitter end's GoFundMe page. We want to make sure that the bitter end is still able to operate when the lockdowns are over and we could return and all of these musicians could perform on the bitter end stage again. So please donate what you can to the GoFundMe page. Without further ado, I give you Sam Teichman, the director of Leave a Lasting Mark.
Thank you so much, Phil. That was beyond a wonderful introduction, and I do appreciate the kind words. What we've done tonight is recreate what we try to do every month at the bitter end. And so, as I do always, I'm going to open with a quote that I feel summarizes this evening. Levon Helm of the band used to say, "The crowd is just as important as the group. It takes everything to make it work." And I think the key word tonight is crowd, because we are, those of you tuning in now, those of you who are going to watch this rebroadcast, you are the crowd who are crowdfunding the bitter end's life. And we're doing that so that when the bitter end is able to reopen safely, all these artists that perform tonight can play in front of you, the crowd, once more. So Levon's words are quite prescient, and I felt that was the overall theme that we're going for this evening. Good evening and welcome to Honoring the Legends, a special Leave a Lasting Mark concert series set to #SaveTheBitterEnd. We're so glad to be a part of this unique and wonderful evening, and we're glad to see the donations rolling in. I think we're over $3,000 raised already tonight, which is an amazing amount. As my good friend Martin Riva says, a Tuesday night in New York City is better than anywhere else in the world on any night of the week. Raising a couple $1,000s for a club we all care about on a Tuesday night is really great. Playing music while doing so is even better. If you've given, thank you. If you haven't given yet, please do. Actually, if you've given, give some more. Why not? A brief history, more than what Phil said about who I am and what we are. My name is Sam Teichman. I'm the curator and host of the Leave a Lasting Mark concert series. And like he said, once a month for the last 4 years, and before that, every so often for the last 10 years, I've been honored to gather a bunch of my friends on stage in front of that famous red brick wall that you can see behind me. And we play music and we give the money to great causes. We've had hundreds of performers. We've had almost 90 shows. We've lost count, but it's over $100,000 in the last 10 years for causes that we care about. And tonight, the cause is the bitter end, which matters to us a lot because it gives us the chance to do that, to give back month after month after month. Artists don't have a lot of money, but they have a lot of time and a lot of talent. Everyone who's played tonight has donated their time and talent. Everyone who plays our shows gives their time and talent, and they do it so that collectively we can raise a lot more than any one of us could by ourselves. I proudly speak for all the people involved, almost 40 of them, that created our set when I say it was really a pleasure to collaborate once again and make music. Like Phil said, from singers to sidemen, audio mixers to video editors, everyone worked hard on this. It was a labor of love. We're very proud to present a 5-song set that features legends from the golden age of the bitter end, the late 60s and early 70s, when the club was called America's Nightclub. I won't have time to mention everyone by name who contributed, but there'll be credits on the screen and after each song, so you can properly note and applaud them quietly at home. We're gonna start off with the John Prine classic. I'd like to dedicate this song to all the music legends we've lost due to sadly to the coronavirus. John Prine himself, Adam Schlesinger, a local legend, Frederick Toots Hibbert of Toots and the Maytals just this week, and also some legends that we've lost this summer through other reasons, like Kenny Rogers and the great Bill Withers, of course, who played at the bitter end, and also this week, Kool and the Gang co-founder Ronald Bell. So to kick us off, this is a song featuring Scott Wolfson on lead vocals, John Prine's own Angel from Montgomery.
I am an old woman named after my mother. My old man is another child that's grown old. If dreams were lightning, thunder were desire, this old house would have burned down a long time ago. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to. To believe in this a living is just a hard way to go. When I was a young girl, I had me a cowboy. He weren't much to look at, just a free rambling man. But that was a long time, and no matter how I try, the years just a flow by like a broken down dam. Make me an angel that flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo. Just give me one thing that I can hold on to. To believe in this a living is just a hard way to go. There's flies in the kitchen, I can hear them a buzzing, and I ain't done nothing since I woke up today. How the hell can a person go to work in the morning and come home in the evening and have nothing to say? Make me an angel that flies from
can hold on to. To believe in this living is just a hard way to go. People get ready, there's a train coming. Don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the diesels humming. You don't need no ticket, you just thank the Lord. People get ready, there's a train to Jordan, picking up passengers coast to coast. Faith is the key, open the doors and board them. There's hope for all among those loved the most. There ain't no room for the homeless sinner who would hurt all mankind just to save his soul. Have pity on us whose chances grow thinner, for there is no hiding place against the kingdom's throne. So people get ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no baggage, just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the diesels humming. You don't need no ticket, just thank the Lord.
That, of course, was a classic Curtis Mayfield tune, originally from his days with the Impressions and featured on his live solo album from '71, recorded at the bitter end itself. So many great live records, starting with Peter, Paul, and Mary in '61, have been done right on that very stage. Beautiful job on the vocals by Yutin Nyejikwe and Wilfredo Coriano Jr., who always sing beautifully together. String arrangement and recording by Michael Hunter, and the mix, the great audio mix on all of it by Scott Tofty. Before that, Scott Wolfson on the lead vocals for John Prine's classic, Chris Kelly, our series MD for many, many years now, irreplaceable on the bass and the mix for that one. Both of those two songs and the next one in our set were edited by my dear friend, multi-Emmy winner, Matt Golub, who I owe many, many beers to at this point for all of this. The quick version of John Prine's Bitter End connection is that he was invited to play on stage at a Chris Christopherson set in 1972, when John was still relatively unknown. Chris had seen him in Chicago just a few weeks earlier, invited him to play during the show. A guy by the name of Jerry Wexler, who also worked with Ray Charles, ran Atlantic Records, he was there that night, heard him, signed John Prine the very next day. It made his career. The New York Times had an article that morning. I think there was a clip of that in Victor's video earlier. If you just joined us, we are the Leave Asking Mark concert series. Of course, this is the Roomful of Sky, Save the Bitter End benefit. We are begging you, we are asking you, please don't forget to donate. The music tonight is free. If you're watching this on a rebroadcast, it is free. A lot of people put a lot of time and effort into making this show happen, and we're all doing it because we love the bitter end. We love supporting and continuing to support live music in New York City. All the links are on the various screens you're watching on. In the comment section, you can find the GoFundMe, just search Save the Bitter End. Every bit adds up. If you want to keep live music alive in New York City, if you want to keep the next John Prine alive or the next great live record alive, if you want to keep clubs like the Bitter End and especially the Bitter End alive, so that when we return to normal, there is music to support, please consider giving tonight. Madison Square Garden, Irving Plaza, they're going to be fine. They have corporate owners. They don't need our help. But we've lost CBGBs. We've lost the Bottom Line. We've lost the Fillmore East. You name it. The clubs from that era are gone, and the last one left is this one, the Bitter End. So let's try to keep it alive. Let's try to keep it here for another 60 years, as Phil said earlier. Next up in our set are two songs written by a pair of New York City's own, Brill building legends, Carole King and Neil Diamond, who both played a lot of their early hits at the Bitter End. The first tune we'll do was actually also covered by Donny Hathaway, who did a record half at the Troubadour in LA and half at the Bitter End in 1972. So we're going to do a version that's similar to his take on Carole King's number. It's a song that feels extremely appropriate for this entire event. So here is our favorite Canadian singer, Miss Amy Rivard, with You've Got a Friend.
Baby loves me, yes, yes she does. All the girls are saying, says she loves me, yes, yes she does. Oh, gonna show me tonight, yeah. Hey, she got the way to move me, cherry. Cherry baby, alright. Tell your mama, girl, I can't stay long. We got things we gotta catch up on. Oh, you know what I'm saying. Can't sit still while the music is playing. Hey! Alright. Ain't got no right, no, you don't. Ought to be so exciting. Won't need bright lights, no, we won't. Gonna make our own lightning. Hey, she got the way to move the cherry. My cherry baby. Alright. No, we won't tell a soul what we're going to. Girl, we do whatever we want to. I love the way that you do me. Cherry, babe, you really get to me. Hey! Hey, she got the way to move me, cherry. My cherry baby. Alright. Cherry. My cherry baby. Alright.
That was the incomparable Andy Mack on lead vocals and guitar there. Andy, like all the performers in our set and really throughout the night, all have their own great original music. If you haven't heard original music from all the artists, obviously you're not hearing original music from the LALM performers, you should check them out. You should in fact go buy them and support them, because as much as the club needs help right now, artists need help as well. And I'm sure they wouldn't mind a couple of new fans. So if you're enjoying what you're hearing when they're doing these classic covers, like I say at all of our live shows, please look them up online. All the information is on the Facebook page. You can email us and find us at all the social media channels. We will be posting these videos for you to see on our YouTube going forward. So you can look up all the performers that you're enjoying tonight, including Andy and Amy and everyone else, and support them as well. Neil Diamond, that last song, is originally from Flatbush, which is where I'm hosting from this evening, despite the backdrop that you see behind me. That's actually a photo taken by our friend Amanda Kay from one of our shows a couple years ago. Flatbush is where my amazingly supportive and beautiful wife Kelly and I live with our dog Jack, and also where Carole King's parents met in an elevator at nearby Brooklyn College. So if you thought you were going to learn where Carole King's parents met tonight, you have won the bingo. My dear friend Alex Depew edited that last video. He now lives in Germany, and Amy actually recorded her vocals where she's from in Ontario, Canada. So you're actually listening to a multinational broadcast this evening. You're welcome, folks. Just kidding. Before we go any further, I know a lot of people have talked about this, but I want to touch on it as well. I want to publicly thank and send my love to Paul Rizzo and all of the staff at the club who treat us so wonderfully, who treat all the artists that they work with so wonderfully. They've been so caring and supportive of what we do, what I've tried to do with this series through the years. They are a home for touring acts. They are a home for local acts. They help bands become who they need to be, like Phil was saying earlier. And Evan and Anne and Dan and everyone that we've mentioned before, including Kelly at the door, may he rest in peace, and of course Kenny Gorka, who ran the club with Paul before his passing, who actually gave us our first time slot almost 10 years ago exactly. They've been so good to us in the music community, and we're so honored to present music tonight that ties to that history that goes back to Paul Weintraub and Paul Colby, and of course through the current owners and staff. And it's a place we look forward to coming back to when it's safe and healthy to do so. What we do involves a lot of people. It's not something that we can strip down and do with a limited number of artists, of singers, of fans. And so we're going to wait until it's good and ready, and then we're going to blow the place out and really have a good time reopening the Bitter End to live music. So thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you again for donating. If you haven't yet, please consider doing so. If you're watching this after the fact, I'm sure the GoFundMe will still be online. So please consider supporting if you can. Every little bit helps. I know Paul and the staff would really appreciate it. And as soon as they can open the door safely, they will, and we will all come rushing back. I want to ask everyone in the comments, feel free to applaud or snap or wave. Make a pledge right now to support local music in a way that you haven't before this. Now that you realize what happens when we don't have it. Make a promise to yourself to buy a couple more records on Bandcamp or the artist's website, not just to stream it. Make a promise to make time to go to the Bitter End when it reopens, or your local club if you're watching in another city. Find a band that needs support and tell your friends about them. The word of mouth from the people who support local music is what gets them from the Bitter End to Madison Square Garden. It's people like you that are tuning in at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night to watch this show. So thank you so much for your support, for your continued support of local music, and for your support of the club tonight, which is so important. We have one more tune. It was actually the first song I thought of to put in this set when we got the call from Phil. It's going to feature a trio of powerhouse vocalists, Jamie DeJesus, Jerry Rosenthal, and Casey Solomon, who all collectively come from an amazing group of artists in Jersey City and Hoboken. And Jamie and our friend Mike Kuzan, who runs The Latest Noise, put together a Last Waltz tribute every year. The last couple of years, they've filled up White Eagle Hall in Jersey City, a beautiful venue there that also probably needs our help. And it's the last song of the night, always in their show. And we do a Last Waltz tribute as well. It's often the last song in our show. It's a Bob Dylan tune from his Rolling Thunder Revue era. That was actually formed out of jam sessions in the Bitter End, late night, with a who's who of brilliant artists in the mid-70s. It's a great tour to look up online and listen to some of the music. He reworked a lot of his early classics and made them rockin' tunes. And this is a song that's a little bit mellower. It's going to feature Aaron Kotler on piano and organ. Aaron did an amazing job mixing the last song and this one, as well as playing on it. And Jeff Fernandez did the drums, and also the video edit, which is really, really great on this tune. We invited some singers to join for the outro, which is very similar to what we do at our live shows, where we invite everyone who performed, which can be up to 40 people on stage, to sing along and sort of take in the vibe of what we created. So if you know the song, or even if you sort of figure it out after the first couple of verses, feel free to sing along at home. And artists who are listening in on the Zoom, feel free to unmute yourself and sing along at the end. It's sort of a communal event. So without further ado, I give you Bob Dylan's I Shall Be Released.
Say everything can be replaced. Say every distance is not near. So I'll remember every face of everyone who put me here. I see my come shining from the west down to the east.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. Please, again, do donate if you haven't yet. It would mean the world to all of us involved tonight. Before I go, a quick note of thanks to the amazing team behind the scenes that coordinated, promoted, and is actively producing the show right now. Phil Robinson, of course, Roomful of Sky Music. I personally know the kind of effort that goes into putting on an event like this, and I salute you. Jason Vitelli, Music for Multimedia, is putting on all the information you see on the screen. James Lane at Hot Indie Media is doing yeoman's work handling all the myriad of tech issues tonight. God bless him. All the promo stuff that you've seen online the last few days, Luis Lau of Offstage Tunes and Victor B. Gerbo. It really does take a village to save a club like this, and we want to thank everybody who worked on this show from the LALM side and also from the Roomful of Sky side. We've been so honored to be part of this lineup, and we can't wait to hear the rest of the show, which is only a couple more acts, including Jason Vitelli, who was actually next, so please don't go anywhere. Thank you again for helping us save the bitter end. Long live the music. Have a great night, everyone. Stay safe. We'll see you again soon.
All right. That was fantastic, Sam. Leave a lasting mark. I love it. I love it. I was
lasting mark for sure.
Yeah, I was introduced to Sam online by our good mutual friend Rory Delasno, who's participated in a few of their concerts, and I was talking to Sam myself. I was just about to get involved with the first couple when all the lockdowns happened in March. So I'm so happy we were finally able to connect like this, and I hope we could do more things together moving forward, online and on stage.
Amen. Amen. Soon enough.
Thank you, Sam.
My first cancellation, I think, was the Thursday before they shut us down.
You know, kind of left her here all by herself, all dusty.
You know, it's just been a regular spot. Doesn't matter where I've been in the world, I've always come back to that place I call home, Bitter End.
I kind of want to cry right now.
I know you recently started a GoFundMe campaign.
One of the reasons I started the GoFundMe page is because it's not really only the startup, it's the continuation, the projections we have.
I think back to that first night I asked Kenny if I could have an evening, and he said, "Are you going to bring people?" I said, "Yeah, of course." He said, "Is it going to be good?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "All right, when do you want?"
As an artist, you know, as a songwriter, this is where we paint, this is where we create, this is where our soul lives. And
we'll survive this. We'll come back.
We'll see you. We'll be here.
Yeah.
When we open the doors.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta, when it comes down to do what you gotta do.
All right, well, we're going to move right along. Our whole night is running behind by about 50 minutes, 5-0. If you're watching at home, thank you for your patience. We have 5 acts left, so we're not going to waste any more time with me rattling on. I'm going to turn it over to my good musical brother, Jason Vitelli. He was my first musician friend in New York, my first show in New York, and his first show in New York was the same show, and we each played The Bitter End together the first time in 2009 at Jason's CD release concert for his first CD on Roomful of Sky Records, No Photographs. And after that night, we felt we had hit the big time. Jason Vitelli.
Trying to validate my intentions, trying to unleash insinuation.
Speaking of photographs, we took some photos from that night, and I can't believe the time just flew. But we've always kept the Bitter End so close to our hearts, and we've always played there regularly. But it for me, it's always been the first thing for me, the first big event for me. So I just want to play you a song that I did during that show, which I think went over pretty well. It's called June. Everything in her shines, from her dark haunting leer to her proud rousing smile. Everything in her shines, it makes me so blind. Shines so bright, makes me so blind. All that I have ever known steers me to her howling moan. Her name was June, that's all I knew. I danced with her poetry, tight black curls got me her lock. She put her foot down, threw my head in a closet, and a paper nail in this heat caused a knife in my fire. It just explodes and zaps away my poor unfortunate thoughts. And now June slides on top of me, twisty as a turntable. Silken sheets with her white set hips, pouring past all the shoes, all the miles of tastiness. Our haven for a Persian Harris, and the price for so long that I'm sought is giving rise to the crimes that I've wrought. Oh, the crimes I've wrought. Everything in her shines, though her spirit still breathes as we're parked in my car. Everything in her shines as I drive my way toward the riverbank to bury her charms. Cold stones washing over our bones. Thought I saw headlights beaming us toward the road. She stared through the headboard, singing Billie Holiday, and I'm forever in her chords, folding body and mind into slumber. Like the world's dimly lit lounge, we sit, her hair resting upon my shoulder. And sweet as the scent is pure, the guitars jangle and tambourine hits. But I can't exist until I feel the moist skin upon her lips. And the drums begin to transform my pulse emotions into such pushing and pulling. We take the cab downtown, we take it all the way around, beyond the barrier with steel rails holding us inland into salty seas. Will she remember me when I sing my song? When I wake from this deep sleep, this deep, deep sleep.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, that was great. Awesome.
These things I have two songs, I can just blow out my voice, right? No.
Yeah.
No, in all seriousness, you know, the bitter end also, there's a feeling of that the music has, a grit that is probably very reminiscent of what New York was throughout the second half of the 20th century. And this next song actually sort of brings in a lot of those influences. And surprisingly, it's about a car crash. So this one is called Pinwheel. If I can get my seat right.
Steering myself with both hands, for I forgot to heed the traffic that's crowding round my head. Can't take.
Oh, my piano stopped.
The traffic that crowding round my head. Can't take back what I've seen. I am just kidding, no doubt. My wheels are just spinning all around and around. I can't take it anymore, anymore. My car tires are swerving, of course, yet I marvel at the terrible price this may cost. This may cost too much. Can a neutral gear break us through past the blind spots of our view? For the car horn beeps too loud if they can't give up any ground. Around and around we go, around and around we go. Paints watercolor lines toward the threshold of the next stop sign. I turned the corner, didn't notice you made the right signal before I moved. Slow down, slow down. At the flickering light, I'll slow down, slow down. At the flickering light, oh. Slow down. You tread across the pavement as I open the door to peer. Standing between both fenders, don't see any damage here. That was a close one, no doubt. I should have been tossed around and around. I can't take it anymore, anymore. Swapping numbers, we collectively sigh. For this is nothing but a moment gone awry. Let it go.
Woo!
Yes. Thanks, guys. I don't know where the piano cut out a little bit, but second half worked. But thanks so much for having me, Paul Rizzo. Thank you for running a wonderful venue that just is just such a huge part of my life, of all of our lives. So looking forward to watching the rest of you wonderful people perform.
Thank you so much, Jason Vitelli, my brother. I love this man.
My brother from another mother.
Yep, that's right. All right, we're going to keep things moving. If you have just joined us in the last few minutes, we've been at this for a while. We've been here since 7, so we're entering our 4th hour of Bitter End. It's like a real night at the Bitter End, 7 p.m. to about midnight. So moving ahead, we have Val Kinsler. Val has been playing the Bitter End for years. I will let her tell her own story, but we're thrilled to be able to feature her tonight. So take it away, Valerie.
All right, everybody. Thank you, Paul Rizzo, and Phil, and Victor Gerbo, and Mark Greenberg, and Louise, for putting your heart and soul into this genuine, beautiful thing. Meet Vio Lizzie. This is called Genius. This is my rock and roll thesis. From my university time, we teach us the woman in honorable intellect. I retain the right to define my own success. Academically unscrubbed, my union's DC, Russian shower. Kiss your future, goodbye, dear, 'cause there'll be no more pensions here. I'm not a fraud of anything. Give me room to spread my wings. Graduated from handcuffs, born on the cusp of genius. I was raised the girls now, we call the whore. So voodoo cookies, born to the war. I majored in how to survive with a minor in Remy trilogy. I'm not a fraud of anything. Give me room to spread my wings. Graduated from handcuffs, born on the cusp of genius. Born on the cusp of genius. To the moon, so deep, mysterious. You're a statue, tear you down as a kiss. There, yes, I was ordered, thou shalt not create. You got to have credentials on them to touch the turn on me. I'm not a fraud of anything. Give me room to spread my wings. Graduated from handcuffs, on the cusp of genius. On the cusp of genius. On the cusp of genius. My PhD's in living up on the to the sky in the night. We're finally intuition alive. Don't wanna be institutionalized.
Excellent.
Or piano. I just want to say, can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Real quick. I've played Bitteren for the last 2 years with Rabbi Stephen Blaine for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur services. Yeah. So hopefully next year we'll be able to do that again. Hell yeah. So Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you.
Happy New Year and happy birthday, Liz Taub, this coming Thursday.
Thank you.
Paul Rizzo, a gem of a gent. And I also got to give a shout out to Michael McHugh, because after all these years, I am a bit of a antiquated subject compared to all you guys. And Michael McHugh really kept me and my band in the mix, and I really appreciate that. Hold on, I got to plug in my keyboard.
That would help. That's what it helps. Okay.
All right. There you go. Here we go.
Alrighty, this is track 5 off our Nothing Sacred About Hatred CD, recorded in Oklahoma, of all places. Okay, too many rock and roll stories to share in one live stream. Oh, shit. You say you're damaged goods, a walking heart attack, for disaster, a lousy better half. Grab between his dirty shirt, splash some water, raise to work, traffic jam in my brain. I could just get off these chains. I take you back, I take you back. Sometimes I make it worse, just to forget how bad it hurts. Your absence left a dent. You'll never know how much you meant. Can't wrap my arms around this haunted memory. If I could take you somewhere, I'd take you with me. I'd take you back, I'd take you back. There's an earthquake, kind of hush, each time I recollect your touch. All you need to do is trust in the part of you. And if I could take you anywhere, I would take you back with me. So if you take me anywhere, take me back, take me back. Thank you so much, everyone. All my love, all my love. Let's.
Thank you so much, Val. It's fantastic. So we're going to keep moving along to our next performer. I'm going to share one very quick anecdote about Paul. When I spoke to the owner, Paul Rizzo, 4 weeks ago and told him that some of the musicians of New York were interested in participating in this benefit, the first thing that he said was, make sure the musicians get paid. And I told him, no, we're not doing that. This is a benefit for the bitter end. And he fought me on it. He said, no, make sure they're contributing their services. They're going to perform music. They're going to do the live stream. Make sure that, you pay them what they would normally get paid. And I had to basically beat him down to get him to agree to let all of us do our sets tonight in tribute to the Bitter End. And that's just one anecdote among hundreds of what an artist-friendly venue the Bitter End is, from Paul on down, Paul Rizzo, and that flows directly from the original owner and founder, Paul Colby. It's a rich tradition at the Bitter End, and that's why we love it the most. So, moving on, we have David Coker.
Talk to me, please.
Thanks, Phil. I'm just gonna. I wrote some notes because I was on the phone with Paul Rizzo just a little bit ago. Paul is driving into Florida and could not participate in the chat part of this, but is listening into the live stream. And he wanted me to send his heartfelt thanks to everyone that's put this together, the technical team, Phil, Luis, and all the work that's been done to make all this happen, and James, of course. So he also you wanted to say a strong thanks to the team and the staff at the Bitter End who are sticking around and waiting, and antsy to get started. He's excited to get started too, and we're very optimistic in this event really does help. Just to follow on, Phil, what you had said, Paul also wanted to thank Kenny Gorka, Paul Colby, Fred Weintraub, Dale Lind, and Pat Kenny, all previous owners of the club, without whom, Phil, as you pointed out, we wouldn't be here. So Phil Lane, Roomful of Sky, Louise Lau, Offstage Tunes, James Lane, Hot Indie Media. Thanks so much. And to all my co-musicians, thank you for doing it. You all were great, really, really beautiful. And of course, there's lots of musicians that couldn't be here and doing this tonight because it's just too hard to administrate. But we represent just a small fraction of what's out there. There's so much great live music that plays at the Bitter End. And so, I feel lucky to be a part of it. I'm going to play a couple of songs, and I'm here at a rehearsal space that I share with my band in Dumbo, Brooklyn, and it's going to be really loud. I think it works. We'll see. Patience and time. Thinking about good things go missing. A thing on my mind. You've been off on the road. Leaving me stranded here all alone. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, please. Talk to me, please. You left us behind. I know my baseline ain't perfect, but it ain't my crime. I know that I can't change it. I'm spinning
spinning out of control. But it feels like you're leaving. Let your blood run cold. You're so far away. Lately I'm thinking that we're better this way. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, please. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, please. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, please. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, please.
That was fantastic.
So good.
Stupidly loud. Are you hearing it? I can't imagine how this
it's
works.
perfect.
Great. It could not be better.
Great.
Perfect.
This guitar was made by my bass player Andrea Manorchio. It's a Monocaster. I don't know why that's important to me, but it is.
Victor's been waiting for some good guitar porn all night, so he's hitting the jackpot with your
Well,
set.
you've come to the right place. This is a midlife crisis in a basement in a warehouse in Dumbo, Brooklyn, with an embarrassment of riches of guitar amplifiers. None of them are mine, but they're good.
You hear that knock on your door? That's Victor right now.
Exactly.
Sounds fantastic.
So I've spent my quarantine, a lot of it here, with the good graces of the people I share this with. They've been letting me come here during the day, and I've been experimenting with the sounds. So anyway, this is a song that I wrote before the virus hit, and I was walking around Bleecker Street, going out every Monday night to the Blues Jam at the Red Lion, and then to the Bitter End for the jam that they had on Monday nights, because I would sit in with Richie Cannata and his people. So good. Oh my gosh. But anyway, as I'm running around the city, this song kind of came around to me just before all this happened. It's called All the Kids. Kids are looking for a new song. All the kids are looking for a new song. I got my mind made up. I got nothing going down. Trying to get lost in this town. I got nothing on top. Just trying to get down. Looking for that southern park sound. Kids are looking for a new sound. All the kids are looking for a new sound. All the kids are looking for a new sound. I got my mind made up. Mind made up. This ain't the world where it's supposed to be. I did my time up at the 7-Eleven. Heaven's the Megatron. I've been such a good boy, looking for that southern park sound. All the kids are looking for a new sound.
Thanks, man.
That was really great.
Am I at my time? I think I'm at my time.
Yeah, I think
I'm going to give back some time if I'm not. So that was good enough. Thank you very much for listening. Thanks for contributing to the Bitter End. It's hugely helpful, and it just means a lot. I can't say it better than others have. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, David
Thank
Coker.
you. You're fantastic.
Yeah. David Coker's been part of the Bitter End family many years, and he, while Paul has been away on his family business, David has been representing the club. He let us in the other day for us to get all of our promotional shots and whatnot. So thank you, David. You've been an instrumental part of bringing tonight together.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah.
All right.
Later, guys.
If you're just joining, we're at about the 4.5 hour mark out of what's going to wind up being 5 hours. We got a couple more acts to go. This is the Save the Bitter End benefit live stream. If you haven't yet, if you have any money left over, like spare change between your cushions on the couch, or like a pair of jeans that you threw into the laundry and you have those old sticky $1 bills that are like, you don't know what's up with them, give them all to the Bitter End. Go to their GoFundMe page. You know, we've been doing pretty well tonight. We've been watching the money come in, and we're going to have an exciting announcement about that at the end, but we have a couple more acts for you. Coming up next, most of tonight's performance has been live, but the Bitter End has been the site of many a historical night. Here in New York, for a long time, we've been aware of a very musical family, the Minogues. Basically, every member of that family is extremely talented. At the forefront in the current generation, there are 3 active female singer-songwriter band-leading Minogues who are 3 cousins. I'm talking about Kat Minogue, Annie Minogue, and Meredith Minogue. Once in a while, I think the first time it happened in a good many years, just this past February, they gathered for a night of Minogue madness. This happened at the Bitter End in February. It was captured on great high-def video. Each of the Minogue cousins did a set with their own band, and then they formed together to have a Minogue madness supergroup at the end. So we're going to show you a clip from Minogue Madness earlier this year in February, just before the shutdowns, and this is the kind of special night that happens very frequently at the Bitter End. All right, cue up the Minogue Madness video, please.
Promises so soft and spoken, a little while and they're broken. Tell me, friend, it doesn't serve the bell. When will it be our time? Oh, 6 minutes on band, sing a song again. So, like America, and Will, I don't know where you are, Paul Rizzo. Thank you, Annie, for kind of getting the idea together, and Kat. It's a pleasure to share DNA. And so, God, what was I going to say? Oh, it hasn't.
Speaking of DNA.
It has not passed me by how big a deal it is actually to be on this stage, because so many of my heroes have played here. Everyone from Neil Young and Judy Collins and Bob Dylan and Joni Mitchell and Leonard Cohen, and just, it's pretty intense. So that has not been lost on us. And then there was a little band. At first they were a trio, and then they became a duo. And then it was Man at Work. So the other band that graced this stage was Cashman, Bastilli, and West. And they played here, so we'd like to do a song, but when they became Cashman and West, they released 3 amazing records, and this one is sort of a nugget that we like to do. But my dad is sitting back there, so
That's the patriarch of the male
patriarch. That's our dad, and the Grand Fika.
So this is a song that was originally on a Song or Two album, had a hit on it called Songman, some of you may know it. And it was originally pitched as being the theme song for the Partridge Family. And they went for some inane, friggin', come on, get happy type thing. And we all know the Castles were just miserable, so I would have much rather have had, right? Did anyone see that documentary? Damn, man, one of them drowned. It's horrifying. Anyway, on a lighter note, we like to do this one. We're going to do it kind of our way, but try to stay as close to the record. It's called Six Man Song Band. Hit it. Everybody put your hands together. Started out in LA, California. The six of us set out on the road. 2 years without really knowing where it was we should be going. Suitcase bombs, every place we've been is all we got to show. Six man song band, sing your song again. Six man song band, sing your song anywhere you can. Watching the road markers on the highway. The sign here says a man just wanted there. Really ain't got much to live, but we don't need that much to live. Paying dues and just no way to choose. Get anywhere you can. Oh, six man song band, sing your song again. Six man song band, sing your song anywhere you can. So darkness all around. You see the face you think the morning's found. Oh no, 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 no. Next day on the road again, and you don't know where you've been, but the music fills your mind. Promises so softly spoken, a little while and they're broken. Tell me, friend, who doesn't serve the land? When will it be our time? Oh, six man song band, sing your song again. Six man song band, sing your song anywhere you can. Six man song band, you gotta sing your song again. Going round town to town, sing your song anywhere you can. Six man song band, you gotta sing your song again. Before you go on the radio, sing your song anywhere you can. Sing your song anywhere you can. Sing your song anywhere you can. You can. Thank you. God bless you. Good night. Stay tuned for.
All right, thank you. That was Minogue Madness, the supergroup of three musical cousins here in New York City: Kat Minogue, Meredith Minogue, and Annie Minogue. All right, we have one last act on the schedule, but we are going to have a surprise guest. Joining us is Evan Kremen. Evan, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Kremen. All right. I should have asked you that before I said it out loud on air, but
not important. I've been called worse.
Evan Kremen. We're actually very lucky to be able to include him last minute. I wasn't aware that he'd be available. Evan has been the host of the open mic at the bitter end for many years, so he has almost been the his weekly service has been the port of entry for generations of aspiring songwriters. Evan himself is very generous inhabiting that station because he has a very storied full-time professional music career of his own. So I guess that's his way of giving back to those who are following in his footsteps. So Evan, it wouldn't have been right to have you not be part of tonight for all of the musical satisfaction you've brought to so many at the bitter end all these years. So give it over to you.
Thank you for having me. It's my pleasure to be here. As a matter of fact, I'm thrilled. Hello, everyone. Greetings. If you don't know me, my name is Evan Kremen, and I am absolutely thrilled to be a part of this effort. I'm a full-time musician and part-time manager of the bitter end, and I'm coming to you live from the office upstairs from the club. I've been performing at the bitter end for over 30 years. I fell in love with this place the very first time I played here and pretty much never left. After college, I got a job doing sound here, and for the past 6 years, I've been managing as well as running the open mic on Saturdays. I think I am safe to say on behalf of Paul Rizzo and the entire staff, thank you all so much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to Phil Robinson and Skyful of Music for organizing this. James for engineering. Thank you, Jason. Thank you to all the musicians who participated and all of you folks who are watching and who have donated to help save the bitter end. If you've been watching this, you can clearly see that the bitter end is a venue well worth the effort to save it. It must be a very special place to have such a concentration of incredible talent come together to save it. You know, every so often I'll be standing outside the club when a couple or a small group passes by, and one of them tells the rest, "Hey, the bitter end. This used to be an iconic music club where Peter, Paul and Mary, Bob Dylan, and Lady Gaga used to play." And it really gets my goat to hear this. But it also tells me that these folks have never been inside the bitter end. Because had they been inside, they would understand that any description of the bitter end need not be prefaced with, "It used to be." The bitter end is doing the exact same thing it was doing from the very first day it opened its doors, providing a showcase space for new and established talent alike to present and perfect their art. The bitter end is still a center, a hub, and a mecca for artists to perform, hang out, watch their friends play, and talk shop. And to many of us, it's become a home away from home. The bitter end is proud of its long history and long list of alumni. But if you think the bitter end is only about Peter, Paul, and Mary, Bob Dylan, or Lady Gaga, then you are sadly missing the point. The bitter end isn't about Peter, Paul, and Mary, Bob Dylan, or Lady Gaga. It never was. The bitter end was and is about Peter Yarrow, Noel Stuckey, and Mary Travers. The bitter end is about Robert Zimmerman and Stephanie Germanotta. The bitter end is about David Kulker, Rachel Sage, Tina Schaefer, Gordon Gaines. The bitter end is about Luba Dvorak, Olamide, and Mark Greenberg. The Leave a Lasting Mark concert series, A Leg to Stand On. Not to mention all of the jams, open mics, and songwriter showcases, and of course, all of the people that you saw here tonight. The bitter end is a living, breathing community of artists and the people who see, listen to, and support them. Many of the staff have been here for many years, and we're so much more than a staff. We're a family here, and we love each other and what we do, and we love what the bitter end is all about. So if you haven't already, please go to the bitter end, No Bitter End for the Bitter End GoFundMe page and donate whatever you can. It would be a tragedy to allow this special treasure disappear, especially under such strange circumstances. Again, on behalf of all of us at the bitter end, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. You know, I'm going to play, this first song I'll play for you is a song about coming on hard times, which I'm sure we can all relate to. Tonight, I'd like to sing it for my wife, Amy, who just lost her sister and is going through a hard time of her own. I'm going to take these out while I do this. It's called Rats in a Maze. All your life, people told you you got what it takes. What it takes is the blood from your veins. They will scratch you, they'll claw you, they'll bat you around, and how quickly they'll forget your name. Hey, hey, give up the game, 'cause all of your plans gonna change. Hey, hey, hear what I say, this is how we spend all of our days, like rats in a maze. Well, your mother, she's drunk, and your dad, he died young, and your friends all moved so far away, and you just had to pawn your electric guitar, and the money ran out yesterday. Hey, hey, give up the game, 'cause all of your plans gonna change. Hey, hey, hear what I say, this is how we spend all of our days, like rats in a maze. Well, you lay down your head on your pillow at night, and you think, how did I get so brave? But it comes to you now as you turn out the light. This is how we spend all of our days. Hey, hey, give up the game, 'cause all of your plans gonna change. Hey, hey, hear what I say, this is how we spend all of our days, like rats in a maze. But you don't get discouraged, you don't get deterred, 'cause you know things will turn out okay. Well, sometimes you will cry, and sometimes you will laugh. We're just trying to find our own way, like rats in the maze. Like rats in the maze. Rats in the maze. You're all just rats in the maze. All right, without further ado, I don't
That
want
was beautiful, Evan.
anyone waiting because
Really
this is running
beautiful.
late. So, do one quick
Beautiful.
This is not a song that I wrote, but a song that I feel like I am the curator of. One of the most important people who ever came through and played through these doors. His name was Gordon Gaines. And if you didn't know Gordon Gaines, you should have. He was not just one of the most amazing guitar players ever to walk the planet, but he was an amazing musician and songwriter and a hell of a person. So this is a song that he wrote, and we used to play it together, and I want to do it for you. It's not very long at all. How could you say that you like yours, it could never miss. Don't wanna end up broken hearted. How could you say that you were a troublemaker? Then you had to leave. Now you're in some shit that you can't believe. Know what I'm saying? You're too old to be doing this. How young were you when you started? A face like yours, it could never miss. Don't wanna end up broken hearted. Whoa. How could you say that you were a troublemaker? Then you had to leave. Now you're in some shit that you can't believe. Know what I'm saying? You're too old to be doing this. How young were you when you started? A face like yours, it could never miss. Don't wanna end up broken hearted. Whoa, you're too old to be doing this. How young were you when you started? A face like yours, it could never miss. Don't wanna end up broken hearted. Whoa, whoa.
Excellent.
So good.
Awesome.
Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in, for donating, for participating. Thank all of you, really, on behalf of everybody. And again, if you're waiting for the next big thing to come out of the bitter end, you're making a mistake. It's inside. Go in. That's where the next big thing is. That's where it's staying. It's not coming out. It's in the
Club
bitter
is
end.
the big thing.
That's right.
Yeah. So we have one last act of the night, which is the All-Star Jam, because whenever you have these big celebrity powwows, of course, you got to end the night with your All-Star Jam. But we actually have a generous amount of footage. So what we're actually going to do is wrap up our night here in terms of our talking to you and saying goodbye and how we all love each other, and all of our thank yous and goodbyes. And then we're going to roll out with the All-Star Jam. And it'll be a classic bitter end night where after hours, the jamming goes on, all the good stuff happens. So, James, I don't know what view you're exporting, but please export the gallery view so our friends at home could see all the musicians. Yeah. All right, very good. You're a step ahead of me. All of the musicians who are in our meeting, please show your faces. Unmute yourself. This is the time. So for those of you who've been watching at home, I didn't get the Facebook number, but I saw that right up until now we still have about 50 people watching on YouTube and a bunch at home. Thank you so much for sticking with us this long. And this is going to be the fun moment where we announce the amount of money that we raised tonight.
Wait, I got drumsticks.
You got drumsticks?
Put them down, Evan.
All right, well, let me set it up first. Tonight, since 7 o'clock up until now, we raised $16,000. Wow. 16,000. That.
Oh my God.
My personal goal going to this, I thought that if we raised $5,000, that would be an epic triumph. We raised $16,000 since this event began, And since we started spamming the internet 3 weeks ago with our Save the Bitter End propaganda, an additional 8,000 was raised in the previous 3 weeks just from all of our internet postings. So in total, Save the Bitter End, this initiative has raised $24,000 towards the Bitter End's GoFundMe.
And Paul Rizzo says, "Thank you all. Great show, amazing on YouTube."
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Paul. I think what's the official number? The GoFundMe's now it's up to 82,000 out of 100.
81,776.
Okay. I think I'm a little bit future in time because I'm looking at the GoFundMe page itself.
Oh.
The GoFundMe page itself says 82,176. So
wow.
we're
Let me get the update for that for you guys.
we're within spitting distance of the goal line. So over the next 3 weeks, as we take all of the good usable content from tonight, all the glitches, and we edit it, we spam the internet with the polished version, we should be able to close the distance. So thank you everyone who contributed.
Thank you to Phil, thank you to James, thank you to Jason, thank you to everyone, Victor and Luis, who put the work into building and promoting this show. Thank you to Evan and David and Paul at the Bitter End. Thank you guys for supporting this event. And thank you especially to Phil Robinson, who did the lion's share of the work in putting this event together. Thank you, Phil.
Roomful of Sky.
Thank you all. I would like to acknowledge my partners in this. Victor, Jason, whichever one of you, we prepared the slide. Should we show that now that has all the logos?
You could share that. I'll just pull that up right now.
Pull that up. We have just this little last bit of business. Musicians who are on the call right now, you will have an opportunity to speak. So I'm going to show the little slide that acknowledges Victor, Jason, James, and Louise, and myself. And then all the musicians will have the chance to say your piece. And then we're going to turn it over to Mark Greenberg to introduce the All-Star Jam. All right, so I just got to give credit to I have 4 principal partners on this, the 5 of us. We're Team Voltron. I'm Phil Robinson of Roomful of Sky Music. I do all the booking and promotion. If you've seen live music in New York City anytime in the last 15 years, chances are good you've been to a Roomful of Sky show, and I was hosting and making my awkward jokes in between the acts. Partnering with me tonight, although we had some technical glitches with video, we have Louise Lau of Offstage Tunes. Offstage Tunes is a wonderful web channel for musicians. For tonight, a lot of the great content you saw in the promotion, the editing together, the montages of historical footage and interviews and short featurette. Louise has a lot of content on the Bitter End, which she'll be releasing in the days to come, including a short feature, Saving the Soul of New York City, the Bitter End, which she'll be premiering on her Offstage Tunes channel tomorrow. Louise, now is your chance to speak.
Well, I hope you all check it out tomorrow. And everything that I wanted to say through the people that I've had conversations with is in that video. So it'll be live tomorrow at noon.
So be sure to check out the web feature on Saving the Soul of New York City, the Bitter End. We also have Victor V. Gerbo, my good musical brother, the man in the hat, who is instrumental in this effort, doing a lot of the graphic design, reaching out to a lot of the publicity and promotions. We got some good coverage out of all of this, including teaming up with NEVA, the what does NEVA stand for?
National Independent Venues Association.
Yes, they are mounting the Save Our Stages initiative, lobbying Congress to get federal support for all of our venues countrywide that are shutting down, and shutting down is a lot more imminent without the prospect of some federal assistance during a lot of these lockdowns that are mandated by the government. So they kindly helped promote our event, so thank you to them, and Victor was instrumental in setting that up. We have our 2 men behind the scenes, starting with Jason Vitelli, Music for Multimedia. He did a lot of the tech, a lot of the streaming. 6 months ago, nobody knew what Zoom was. Nobody knew what streaming was. Nobody knew what multi-artist. This is all new. And Jason forged ahead into the wild frontier and got a lot of this sorted out for us tonight. So, Jason Vitelli, music for multimedia. Jason, you got anything to say for yourself?
No, it's my pleasure. It's been an enjoyable experience to learn all the technology and put it to work. It's been wonderful working with all these great partners, including James on the streaming side. And I'm just thrilled tonight. It really feels good to make this happen.
Well, thank you. And then finally, we have James Lane, Mr. Hot Indie Media. He's filmed hundreds and thousands of shows all around New York for the independent music scene for years and years. A lot of the footage you've seen tonight was taken by him. And then since the lockdowns happened, he pivoted and he's doing all this streaming stuff. So, James, thank you for sorting out all of those issues we were seeing at the beginning of the night. We got everything to a very smooth place. Are you going to show yourself, James? Where are you?
I'd love to show myself, but unfortunately my camera was one of the casualties of the night. So you just hear you just hear my big boomy voice. I have my elephant killer mask on and everything, so I'm so sorry.
Oh, man.
I know.
Take our word for it. James is a
for business, and your voice is magnificent, James.
We'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in post.
And it's so good to see you again, Rachel, after all these years.
I know, yay.
All right, musicians, thank you all. There is none of this without all you guys. Not a single person that I asked a couple weeks ago said no. I had to say no to another 30 musicians who wanted to be part of tonight. So thank you all for being part of this, for really rolling with the punches tonight. Musicians, this is your chance to say your piece before we turn it over to the All-Star Jam.
I think we just all love and appreciate you. I see a drum here. So I'm just going to do this. And then everybody can go, woohoo! We love you, Phil! Thank you!
This is my dream come true. Thank you. We love you too, Rachel. Anyone else? Rory, you gotta have something to say. It's not like you to be quiet without an asinine comment.
Oh my god. Jeez. He's like, good job everyone. Rory, screw you, man. I just want to echo everything that everyone said so far. By the way, I have you all on two screens. That's why I keep looking up and down. I'm not staring at the ceiling. No, I want to thank, I've yet to meet Paul, but I want to thank Paul Rizzo and The Bitter End. I want to thank, of course, Phil and Roomful of Sky, Victor, Jason. I'm looking around. Everyone was fantastic. I'm going to be that typical sunny disposition guy that's like, oh, everyone's so nice and the music's so pretty. Yes, thank you so much for including me, and I hope we can do this in person very soon.
Yeah, well, when The Bitter End reopens, once the lockdown is complete, you are all, consider yourself all officially booked for The Bitter End grand reopening series of shows. So we'll make that happen. We're very close to it, and that's my personal guarantee. I will see to it. You all have a spot in that lineup if you want it, and I can't imagine why you wouldn't want it. So we'll see you on The Bitter End stage soon.
It
To
was
all of you at
amazing. I just want to say thank you, Phil and Louise and Victor Gerbo and Mark Greenberg and Paul Rizzo, man, and James Lane. James Lane is like the man about town. Damn, I don't know how he keeps up with himself, you know? All of you. It was a beautiful, beautiful scenario, a great accomplishment, and I feel so blessed to have been a part of this. You have re-inspired me. Absolutely, positively. So God bless everyone. Keep on rocking.
All right, thank you, all of you. Victor.
One last thing to say, which is, and I don't, and if we've said this, thank you. If you said it, and I missed it, forgive me. But the people who donated, thank you all so much, because one of the things that keeps me up at night is not knowing if we're gonna have a place to play when this is all done. And again, it would just, I'm echoing what everyone has said, that it would be an absolute travesty if The Bitter End is gone. So if you donated, thank you so much for giving us a place to go and for keeping that place alive. And if you have it, there's still time. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Victor. That was literally going to be the next sentence out of my mouth.
I stole it from you. Sorry.
Thank you, of course. Thank you, everyone watching at home. Thank you for watching, your support. For those of you who chipped in $5, for those of you who chipped in $1,000, thank you. The Bitter End, when the doors reopen, it's going to be because of you. So thank you. As musicians, just a more general thank you for allowing us to live our dreams and live in this world by playing music and supporting the shows and sharing music online and listening to us on Spotify. We really could only be doing what we do because of you in general, and specifically thank you for helping to keep our temple alive. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Greenberg. It's only fitting. Like I said, he lives in the basement of the Bitter End, and with his drum set is the house set. So, Mark, talk about whatever you want. Introduce the jam. We're going to turn on the All-Star Jam footage for as long as it runs, and that will be the close of the night. Thank you, Mark Greenberg, for connecting me to the Bitter End and making all of this possible.
Oh, man. My pleasure. I can't say anything that hasn't been said already, and it's only fitting that we've been doing this. I've been hosting this for 15 years now. It's the last thing on Sunday nights at 10 p.m. And it's just been probably one of my favorite things I've ever done in my life, being able to share music with other people and hosting a jam session. Like so many people have said, the Bitter End is sort of the epicenter where people get their start. And being one of those people, and I'm one of many who have done it through the years, who've put together bands because we want to play together and just have fun, but also embrace other musicians coming out, trying out. We've had everybody from spoken poetry to somebody screaming, breaking a guitar, everything. And it's all about, well, the buzzwords are diversity and inclusion, but giving everybody a shot to try out their thing, and more importantly, to come back. That's what Paul does for so many of us. That's what Kenny did for so many of us. Our first shows probably weren't our best, and this is what we call home. So being able to host a jam has just been an absolute privilege of my life. It's given me an opportunity to meet so many of you at different times. And I can only say that some of the musicians you'll see in this footage are no longer with us. Delmar Brown in particular is in one clip, he was somebody I was blessed to play with on the jam, but so many people, this is just a normal Sunday night and some random clips. So thank y'all for hanging out. And, I'm kind of speechless. Evan, I think, said everything I could possibly say. So thank you. Thank you, Phil, for putting all the time in. It's epic.
Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. That was the Bitter End All-Star Jam. Every Sunday night for the past 15 years, Mark Greenberg has been hosting. Mark, about how many shows do you think you've done at the Bitter End?
I was joking around. I said 1,000. I think I've done the math. It's well over that. It really was a running joke at one point. People thought I lived in the back.
Yeah.
I was there so much, that's. I mean, it's an honor to be joked about like that. So, to be part of the family. I got a little misty myself seeing this. So, I really miss everybody, and it was such a treat to see everybody in a Zoom. It was just kind of like I wandered into the club and got to see everybody again. And I think that's, something we all share is never knowing who you're going to walk in and see, but at some point you're going to see somebody, and it's just this big extended family that keeps growing. So happy to be part of the family, along with all you guys and girls. So.
Well, thank you. I think we've all said this all night. I think we all feel the same way. To all of you watching at home, thank you for staying with us to the bitter end.
Well, looks like Louise is having some lamb stew.
All that all day.
That was nice, Mark.
Oh, man.
It's great. Thank you all, everyone at home. We were so busy, I was trying to keep track of the names. I saw that our good friend Ruth was watching, Pam, of course, James Beckham was watching, my mom was watching, Niolka, all of you whose names were going by so quickly over the last 5 hours. Thank you so much for tuning in, and this was a great night. I think we're going to turn off our stream, so unless anyone has any final words.
Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Roomful of Sky.
See you all again sometime soon.
Next time we do this, it'll be on the stage at the bitter end.
Yes, please.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you.